A fantasy classic of discovery and friendship. Written by J.K. Rowling. Edited and narrated by Joshua Cascio. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Subtitles available in the following languages. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley live at number 4 Privet Drive. They are a perfectly normal family. They do not like anything that is different or strange, and they hate mysterious things most of all. They prefer a life that is calm, ordinary, and without any surprises. Mr. Dursley is the director of a large company. He is a very fat man with a very short neck. He has a large mustache. Mrs. Dursley, his wife, is thin and has blonde hair. Her neck is extremely long. She uses her long neck to look over the fence in her garden. She likes to watch her neighbors. She is a gossip. The Dursleys have a young son. His name is Dudley. The Dursleys think Dudley is the perfect son. The Dursleys have everything they want, but they also have a secret. Mrs. Dursley has a sister. Her name is Mrs. Potter. But Mrs. Dursley pretends she does not have a sister. She pretends she does not have a sister because her sister does not live a normal, ordinary life. Mrs. Potter and her husband are very strange and very different. They are very un-Dursley. Like the Dursleys, the Potters have a young son too, but the Dursleys do not want their son Dudley to be around the Potter's son. The Dursleys wake up one Tuesday morning. It seems like a perfectly normal Tuesday morning, but the day is about to change. It is about to become very strange and mysterious. The Dursleys hate strange and mysterious things. While driving to work, Mr. Dursley sees the first strange thing of the day. Near his house, he sees a cat reading a map. Or at least he thinks he sees a cat reading a map. His eyes must be playing games with him. Later, while he is waiting in traffic, he notices many people wearing strange clothes. They are wearing colorful cloaks and capes. Who wears colorful cloaks like that at this time of the year? He thinks to himself. It must be a stupid new fashion that the young people are following. But he notices that some of the strange people are not young at all. They are very old. But the traffic moves forward, and Mr. Dursley forgets about all the strange people he sees. His day at work is very normal. He yells at many people, he makes some important calls, and then he decides to go across the street and have lunch. When he is about to enter his favorite bakery to order a sandwich, he notices another group of people dressed in strange clothes. They are talking together in a group. They seem very excited about something. Mr. Dursley passes by them as he is leaving, and this is what he hears.
"The Potters."
"You're right. That's what I heard too."
"Yes, their son, Harry."
Mr. Dursley cannot believe what he hears. He becomes very scared. He runs back to his office. There are many people named Potter, he thinks, and he is not sure if his nephew is named Harry anyway. He has never seen the boy. He wants to call his wife, but then he decides it is a bad idea. He doesn't want to make his wife upset. She always gets upset when she talks about her sister. It is very difficult for Mr. Dursley to concentrate at work. When it is 5 p.m., he leaves work to go home. As he is leaving his building, he does not see the small man who is standing in front of him. Mr. Dursley walks right into him.
"Sorry,"
says Mr. Dursley. The man he walks into is a small old man wearing a violet cloak. He does not seem angry at all that Mr. Dursley almost knocks him to the ground. On the contrary, he smiles a big smile and says in a very squeaky voice, "Don't be sorry, sir. Nothing could make me upset today. Be happy, because you know who is gone. Even muggles like you, sir, should celebrate. This is a happy, happy day." Then the tiny old man hugs Mr. Dursley and walks away. Mr. Dursley has no idea what has just happened. He does not know the old man, and he does not know what a muggle is either. Mr. Dursley is beginning to hate strange things even more. Mr. Dursley drives home and is very surprised to see the same cat he saw earlier in the morning. The cat is sitting on his garden wall looking at him.
"Shoo! Go away!"
he yells at the cat. The cat does not move. It just sits there on the wall looking at Mr. Dursley as he enters his house. Mr. Dursley tries to act normal around his wife, but it is quite difficult. He and his wife and son have a normal, ordinary dinner. They put little Dudley to bed, and Mr. Dursley has time to sit and watch the news on the TV.
What a strange thing. Bird watchers have noticed very strange behavior by owls all over the country today. Owls are normally only active at night, but today many owls have been seen flying in every direction since this morning. Experts cannot explain this strange behavior. Very, very odd behavior indeed. And now the weather with Jim. Is it going to rain owls later tonight?
"Well, Ted,"
answers the weatherman,
I certainly hope not. But that is not the only strange thing happening today. People from all over the country have been calling me and telling me they have been seeing falling stars. Thousands and thousands of shooting stars falling from the sky.
Mr. Dursley sits frozen in his chair. Shooting stars all over Britain? Owls behaving strangely? Mysterious people wearing strange clothes and talking about the Potters? At that moment, Mrs. Dursley comes into the living room with 2 cups of tea. Mr. Dursley thinks he has no option. He must say something to his wife.
Petunia, dear, have you spoken to your sister recently?
As expected, Mrs. Dursley looks shocked and angry. Remember, she normally pretends she does not even have a sister.
No,
she says angrily.
Why? Oh, nothing. Just the strange things happening on the news. Owls, shooting stars. And there were funny-looking people in town today. I just thought maybe it had something to do with, people like her.
Mrs. Dursley has an angry look on her face.
Their son, continues Mr. Dursley, would be around Dudley's age now, right?
What's his name again?
Howard, isn't it?
His name is Harry. What a nasty, common name that is,
answers Mrs. Dursley.
Of course, Harry.
Mr. Dursley's heart begins to beat very quickly.
Yes, I agree. A terribly common name.
He does not say another word about the topic, and they both go to bed. While Mrs. Dursley is in the bathroom, Mr. Dursley looks out the window into the front garden. The cat is still there on the wall. It is looking down the street, like it is waiting for something. The cat sits on the wall for a long time, like a statue. It does not move. It does not look in any direction except towards the corner of the street at the end of Privet Drive. Finally, very late at night, a man appears on the corner. He appears suddenly and silently. The cat sees him, and its tail begins to move from side to side slowly. The man is tall, thin, and very old. His hair and beard are long and the color of silver. He is wearing long robes and a purple cloak. His eyes are bright blue behind his glasses, which are sitting on his long and crooked nose. His name is Albus Dumbledore. The old man looks towards the Dursleys' house and laughs when he sees the cat.
I should have known,
he says. He reaches into his pocket and takes out a device that looks like a cigarette lighter. He holds it up in the air and clicks it. The street light that is closest to him goes out with a little pop sound. He clicks the device again, and another street light pops out. He clicks the device 12 times. The only lights that remain are the 2 small lights of the cat's eyes. Dumbledore puts the device back into his pocket and walks towards the house. He sits down next to the cat. Then he speaks.
Fancy seeing you here, Professor McGonagall.
He turns to look at the cat, but the cat is not there. Instead, there is a woman there. She has on glasses, and she is wearing a green cloak, too.
How did you know it was me?
She asks.
My dear Professor, there is only one cat that would sit without moving like a statue.
You would feel like a statue if you had been sitting on a wall all day, says Professor McGonagall.
You have been here all day? You have not been celebrating? I have seen a dozen parties on my way here.
Professor McGonagall makes an angry sound with her mouth.
Oh, yes, everyone's celebrating, that's true, she says impatiently. They should be more careful. Even the Muggles have noticed there is something strange happening. It is on their news programs. Owls behaving strangely, shooting stars. Even the Muggles are not completely stupid. Of course they were going to notice something. Shooting stars in Kent. That was probably Daedalus Diggle who did that. He is not the smartest of us, is he?
You cannot be upset with them, says Dumbledore. We have not had many things to celebrate for the past 11 years.
I know that, says Professor McGonagall, irritated. But we should be more careful. People are out in the streets in bright cloaks and talking openly, and the Muggles can hear them. Can you imagine what would happen if the Muggles discovered who we are, on the same day that you-know-who seems to have disappeared? Do you think he is really gone, Dumbledore?
Please call him by his real name, Voldemort, complains Dumbledore. No one will be scared of him if he is called you-know-who. And yes, it appears that he is gone. It appears they finally stopped him.
Oh, it is so tragic, cries Professor McGonagall. Everyone is saying that last night you-know-who, all right, Voldemort, went to Godric's Hollow. He went to find the Potters. The rumour is that Lily and James Potter are... they are saying that they are dead.
Dumbledore closes his eyes with sadness.
Lily and James! I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Oh, Albus!
Dumbledore puts a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Professor McGonagall continues.
That's not all. They say that Voldemort tried to kill the Potter's son, Harry. But he couldn't. He couldn't kill that little boy. No one knows why or how, but they say that when he couldn't kill Harry Potter, Voldemort's power somehow disappeared. And that's why he is gone.
Dumbledore nods his head, agreeing with her.
So it's true. Voldemort was so powerful. But how did Harry survive?
We don't know, answers Dumbledore. We may never know.
Dumbledore takes his watch from his pocket and looks at the time.
Hagrid is late. He told you I was going to come here, didn't he?
Yes, says Professor McGonagall.
So, are you going to tell me why you came here of all places?
I have come to bring Harry Potter to his aunt and uncle. They are the only family he has now.
What? Yells Professor McGonagall. You are leaving Harry with these people? I have been watching them all day. They are the worst people. Harry can't live here.
It is the best place for him, says Dumbledore. His aunt and uncle will be able to explain everything to him when he is older. I have a letter for them.
A letter? Says Professor McGonagall, complaining. Do you think a letter will be able to explain everything? These people do not understand him. Harry will be famous, you know. He will be a legend. Every child in our world will know his name."
"Exactly," says Dumbledore seriously. "He will not remember any of this. He is too young. It will be better for him to grow up away from all of this until he is ready."
Professor McGonagall thinks for a moment. "Yes, you're right, of course. But how is Harry getting here?"
"Hagrid is bringing him."
"Can you trust Hagrid with something as important as this?"
"I would trust Hagrid with my life,"
answers Dumbledore. Suddenly, from a distance, they can hear a low sound. The sound grows louder and louder until there is a loud roar in the sky. A huge motorcycle falls out of the air and lands on the road in front of them. The motorcycle is huge, but the man riding the motorcycle is twice as tall as a normal man and 5 times as wide. His hair is wild, bushy, and black. His beard covers most of his face. In his vast, muscular arms, he is holding something covered in blankets.
"Hagrid, it is good to see you,"
says Dumbledore.
"I have him, sir. Here he is." "Did you have any problems, Hagrid?"
asks Dumbledore.
"No, sir. The house was almost destroyed, but I rescued him before the Muggles arrived. He fell asleep while we were flying over Bristol."
Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall look at what is wrapped in the blankets. There is a baby boy. He is asleep. On his little forehead, under part of his black hair, there is a strange cut, shaped like a bolt of lightning.
"That is where Voldemort," says Dumbledore. "He will have that scar forever. He may not like it, but he might need it when he grows up. It is time to say goodbye."
Dumbledore takes Harry and places him on the ground in front of the Dursleys' front door. Hagrid leans over the boy and gives him a scratchy kiss with his big beard. There are huge tears of sadness falling from his eyes. Dumbledore takes the letter from his pocket and places it inside the blankets next to little Harry Potter.
"Well," says Dumbledore, "that's that. We must leave now before the Muggles discover us. Goodbye, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall, I guess I will be seeing you soon."
Hagrid wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. He climbs onto his huge motorcycle and disappears into the night. Professor McGonagall blows her nose. She is crying too. Dumbledore walks to the end of the street. He takes out his device and presses the button. 12 balls of light fly back to the street lamps. Before he walks away, he can see a cat walking around the corner of a house across the street. and in front of number 4 Privet Drive, he can see a small pile of blankets.
"Good luck, Harry, until we meet again,"
says Dumbledore. He turns around and disappears into the darkness. On this street, the most normal and most common street in the country, where everyone hates strange and mysterious things, there is the strangest and most mysterious thing of all: Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Chapter 2: The Vanishing Glass. Almost 10 years have passed since the Dursleys discovered Harry Potter at their front door. Dudley is no longer a baby. He is now a large blond boy of almost 11. In the Dursley house, it is almost like Harry does not exist. There are no photos of him anywhere, but Harry Potter is still there.
Up, up, up! Wake up! Now, let's go!
Harry wakes up suddenly. It is his aunt screaming. She knocks on the door.
Up!
She yells. Harry wakes up and tries to remember the dream he is having. It is a good dream. There is a flying motorcycle in his dream. He thinks he has had the same dream many times before. "I'm awake," says Harry.
Well, get up. I want you to cook us breakfast. And don't burn the bacon. I want everything to be perfect. Don't forget, it's Dudley's birthday.
Dudley's birthday, of course. Harry has forgotten. He gets dressed and opens the door to his room. He sleeps in a small, dark room under the stairs. It is more like a closet than a bedroom. Harry is small and skinny for his age. Maybe that is because he lives in a tiny room under the stairs in his aunt's house. The only clothes he wears are the larger clothes that Dudley does not use anymore. He has a thin face, black hair, and bright green eyes. He wears round glasses. Dudley is a terrible bully to Harry and has broken Harry's glasses many times before. Harry fixes them with lots of tape. The only thing Harry likes about his appearance is a very thin scar on his forehead that is shaped like lightning. Harry has had the scar for as long as he can remember. He remembers asking his Aunt Petunia how he got the scar.
You got that scar in the car crash when your parents died,
she tells Harry.
And don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions. That is the first rule Harry learns in order to live comfortably with the Dursleys. Harry is cooking breakfast when Dudley comes into the kitchen with his mother and father. Dudley looks a lot like Uncle Vernon. He has a large pink face, almost no neck, blue eyes that are always wet, and thick blonde hair on his fat head. Aunt Petunia says Dudley looks like a baby angel. Harry thinks Dudley looks like a pig wearing a wig. Suddenly, the phone rings, and Aunt Petunia talks quickly with the person on the other line.
Miss Fig has broken her leg. She can't stay with him.
Aunt Petunia looks at Harry when she says this. Dudley looks horrified. That means that Harry will have to come with the family on his birthday adventure. Aunt Petunia looks at Harry as if he has turned into a horrible creature. Uncle Vernon just looks angry. But Harry is excited. He turns to his aunt and says,
"You can leave me here. I won't blow up the house."
Harry likes the idea of spending the afternoon without the Dursleys. It will be like a vacation.
"I guess we have to take him to the zoo now,"
says Aunt Petunia angrily.
"We can leave him in the car." "But it's my special day,"
cries Dudley. Dudley is not really crying. He only cries like this to get attention from his parents and to get everything he wants.
"I don't want him to come."
But Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon and Dudley have no choice. Harry has to come to the zoo with them. "I'm warning you," says Uncle Vernon to Harry. "I'm warning you. You had better behave at the zoo, or I will lock you in your room under the stairs until the new year."
"I'm not going to do anything," says Harry. "I promise."
But Uncle Vernon does not believe him. No one has ever believed Harry Potter. Harry has a wonderful time at the zoo. In fact, he has the best morning he has had in a long time. But he knows that this perfect day cannot last forever. After lunch, they visit the reptile house. It is cold and dark inside, and filled with all kinds of lizards and snakes and other scaly creatures. Dudley wants to see the biggest and most dangerous snake. It is a python that is so big that it could wrap around Uncle Vernon's car twice and crush it like a toy. But at the moment, the python is sleeping. Dudley puts his fat face against the glass and yells to his father,
"Make it move!"
Uncle Vernon knocks on the glass. But the snake does not move a scale.
"Do it again,"
Dudley orders his father. This time, Uncle Vernon knocks loudly on the glass. But the snake continues sleeping.
"This is boring,"
says Dudley, and he walks away. Harry looks into the python's tank. He feels bad for the python. The only people who come to see the snake are stupid people who hit the glass and try to make the snake do something interesting. Harry thinks it must be worse than living in a small room under the stairs, where the only visitor is Aunt Petunia, who knocks on the door to wake him up. At least, Harry thinks, he can visit the rest of the house. Suddenly, the snake opens its small black eyes. It raises its head very, very slowly until it is looking straight into Harry's eyes. Then it winks. Harry looks closely at the snake. Then he looks around quickly to see if anyone is watching. No one is watching. He looks back at the snake, and Harry winks too. Harry begins to speak to the snake.
"It must be very annoying having to deal with all these stupid people who bother you all day."
The snake nods its head up and down quickly.
"Where do you come from?"
Harry asks the snake. The snake points its tail at a little sign next to the glass. Harry looks at it.
"Boa constrictor. Brazil. Was it nice in Brazil?"
asks Harry. The snake points its tail at the sign again, and Harry reads,
"This snake was born in the zoo."
"Oh, I see," says Harry. "So, you have never been to Brazil?" The snake shakes its head from side to side. Suddenly, from behind Harry, there is a very loud shout.
Mum, Dad, come and look at the snake. Look what it's doing.
It is Dudley. He has seen Harry talking to the snake. Dudley comes walking as fast as his fat body can move and pushes Harry hard to the floor. Then he presses his fat cheeks against the glass and looks inside the tank. Harry looks up at Dudley from the floor. Then, suddenly, Dudley screams. The glass disappears, and Dudley almost falls into the snake tank. The huge snake climbs out of the tank and slithers along the floor and out of the reptile house. All the people are screaming in fear and panic. As the snake passes quickly by Harry, he thinks he hears the snake say in a low, hissing voice, "Brasil, here I come. Obrigado, meu amigo." Soon, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, Dudley, and Harry all leave the zoo. Dudley is still terrified. He thinks he was almost eaten alive by the snake. He keeps saying,
Harry was talking to the snake. Didn't you see it? He was talking to the snake. You all saw it, didn't you?
When they get home, Uncle Vernon is so angry with Harry that he has difficulty speaking.
Go understairs. Stay. No dinner.
Harry has lived with the Dursleys for almost 10 years. 10 miserable years. He has lived with them since his parents died in that car crash. He doesn't remember being in the car when his parents died, but sometimes, when he thinks very hard about his past, he remembers a vision of a bright green light and a burning pain on his forehead. Harry believes this is a distant memory of the car crash, but he does not understand the bright green light. He cannot remember his parents at all. His aunt and uncle never speak to him about them, and, of course, he is not permitted to ask questions. Because of his isolation, Harry has always dreamed and dreamed of someone, some family he does not know, coming and taking him away. But that has never happened. The Dursleys are the only family he has. But sometimes, strange things have happened to him. Strangers on the street have come up to him. Very strange strangers, in fact. They look at him in a strange way. They wave at him as if they know him. One strange man, an old bald man with a long purple coat, shakes his hand without saying a word. But when Harry tries to look at these strangers more closely, they seem to disappear. At school, Harry has no friends. Because Dudley is such a bully at school, no one likes to be around strange Harry Potter in his big old clothes. The strange Harry Potter who wears round, broken glasses. Chapter 3. The Letters from No One. Harry receives the worst punishment he has ever received after the escape of the snake. When he is finally allowed out of his little room under the stairs, school is over, and the summer holidays have begun. But Harry is excited for the end of summer. When school begins in the fall, for the first time in his life, he will be going to a different school than Dudley. Harry will be going to Stonewall High, and Dudley will be going to the same private school Uncle Vernon went to, Smeltings. One day during the summer, Aunt Petunia goes into London to buy the uniform Dudley must wear at Smeltings. Later that evening, Dudley puts on his brand new uniform and shows his mother and father. Boys who go to Smeltings must wear a maroon jacket, orange shorts, and a straw hat called a boater. They also must carry a stick, like a cane. They use the stick to hit each other in class while the teacher is not looking. When he sees his son in his new uniform, Uncle Vernon says it is the proudest moment of his life. Aunt Petunia is crying with emotion. Harry has difficulty not laughing out loud. The next morning, when Harry comes into the kitchen, there is a terrible smell. The smell is coming from a large bucket in the sink. It is filled with dirty clothes in gray water.
What is this?
Harry asks Aunt Petunia. She looks at him with an angry look on her face. It is never a good idea to ask questions in the Dursley house.
It is your new school uniform. I am colouring some of Dudley's old clothes for you. It will look like your school uniform when I finish.
Harry does not think it will look like anyone's school uniform. He tries not to think how the other boys will make fun of him when they see him in his new school uniform. After a moment, Uncle Vernon comes into the kitchen with Dudley, who is banging his new smelting stick against the table and walls. They both make a face when they smell Harry's new uniform. Suddenly, they hear the sound of the mailman opening the mail slot in the front door. And then the sound of letters hitting the floor.
"Get the mail, Dudley," says Uncle Vernon.
Make Harry get it,
answers Dudley.
"Get the mail, Harry,"
says Uncle Vernon.
Make Dudley get it,
answers Harry.
"Go ahead and hit him with your smelting stick, Dudley."
Harry jumps out of the way and runs to get the mail. There are 3 things on the floor at the door: a postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, a brown envelope that looks like an electricity bill, and a letter for Harry. Harry picks it up and looks at it. His heart begins to beat very rapidly. No one ever in his whole life has ever written a letter to him. Who would write him a letter? He has no friends. He has no other relatives. But here it is, a letter. The envelope is thick and heavy. The address is written in bold emerald green ink, and it is clearly addressed to him, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. There is no stamp on it. When he turns the envelope over, he sees a purple seal made of wax. On the seal there is a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, all around a large letter H.
"Hurry up, Harry! Bring the mail in here!"
shouts Uncle Vernon.
Harry walks back into the kitchen. He is still fascinated by the letter in his hands. Harry is about to open his letter when suddenly,
"Dad,"
yells Dudley,
"Dad, Harry's got a letter."
Uncle Vernon pulls it from his hands.
"Hey, that's mine,"
says Harry, trying to get it back.
"Who would be writing a letter to you?"
Uncle Vernon says. Then he opens it and looks at it. His face changes color from red to green faster than a traffic light. Soon it turns gray, like the color of asphalt on the street.
"Petunia!"
he yells. Aunt Petunia takes the letter and reads the first line. It looks like she will faint. She has difficulty talking. She coughs and says,
Oh, Vernon! Oh, my goodness! Vernon!"
They look at each other with scared faces. They completely forget that Harry and Dudley are still in the room. Dudley does not like to be ignored, and he says very loudly,
"I want to read that letter." "I want to read it,"
Harry says furiously.
"It is my letter."
"Out!"
yells Uncle Vernon.
"Both of you!"
He pushes Harry and Dudley out of the kitchen and closes the door. Harry and Dudley fight to see who has the best position to listen at the door. Harry loses and has to lay on the floor and look under the door. Dudley listens through the keyhole.
"They know he's here,"
says Aunt Petunia.
"But how do they know where he lives? Under the stairs?"
They might be following us, spying on us, Uncle Vernon says in a scared voice.
"What should we do, Vernon?"
asks Aunt Petunia. We must ignore it. If they don't get an answer, yes, we won't do anything. Aunt Petunia tries to protest,
"But—"
"I will not allow one in my house, Petunia. We promised when Harry came to the house that we would avoid all that dangerous behavior."
The next morning at breakfast, everyone is behaving very strangely. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia both have angry looks on their faces, and they are trying to ignore Harry. Dudley is very angry because he was ignored the day before, and Harry wishes he had opened the letter and read it properly. The mail arrives again while they are at the table. Dudley goes to pick it up off the floor.
"There's another letter for Harry,"
he yells to his parents.
"Mr. H. Potter, the tiniest room in the house, 4 Privet Drive."
Uncle Vernon jumps from his chair and makes a strange sound as he runs to the front door. Harry is running for the door too. Uncle Vernon fights with Dudley to get the letter from his hands. Harry jumps on Uncle Vernon's back and puts his arms around his neck and tries to grab the letter too. Uncle Vernon finally wins and takes the letter from Dudley.
"Go to your closet, Harry. To your room."
Uncle Vernon is scared. Someone powerful knows where Harry lives. He thinks they will continue to send Harry letters. He will not allow that to happen anymore. He has a plan. Harry also has a plan. He wakes up very early the next morning so he can be the first one to receive the mail. His plan is to wait for the mailman outside on the corner of Privet Drive and get the letters first. Harry is walking down the corridor towards the door.
It is very dark. The sun has not risen yet. Suddenly, Harry jumps into the air with fright. It is Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon is sleeping on the floor in front of the door, waiting for the mailman too. Harry has just stepped on Uncle Vernon's face. Harry is told to go back to his closet again. Soon Harry can hear the mail slot opening and closing, and the letters fall into Uncle Vernon's hands. Harry looks out of his little room and sees there are 3 letters for him. But Uncle Vernon is tearing them into little pieces. Uncle Vernon does not go to work that day. He is too worried about what is happening. The next day, he is waiting at the door for the letters. 12 letters arrive for Harry that day. Uncle Vernon decides he cannot go to work that day either. After burning the letters, he looks for a hammer and some nails and uses a piece of wood to block the mail slot in the door. He also blocks the front door and back door so no one can come in or leave. On Saturday, things begin to go crazy. 24 letters manage to enter the house. They are hidden in the eggs and under the milk the milkman delivers that morning. Aunt Petunia has to receive them through a small window in the living room. On Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon seems happy and calm.
"The mailman does not deliver mail on Sundays,"
he says while Harry is preparing eggs in the kitchen.
"Finally, no letters today."
Something comes flying rapidly down the kitchen chimney as he is talking. The thing hits Uncle Vernon on the back of the head. In the next instant, 30 or 40 letters come flying out of the chimney like bullets. Uncle Vernon pushes everyone out of the kitchen and shuts the door behind him.
"That's it,"
he says.
"We are leaving right now. I want all of you back here in 5 minutes, ready to leave. Pack some clothes and let's go. No arguments."
They all pile into the car. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia look scared. Dudley is sad because he cannot bring his VCR and video games. They drive and drive and drive. It seems like Uncle Vernon doesn't know where he is going, and no one has the courage to ask him. They do not stop to eat or drink all day. Dudley was almost crying from hunger. It is the worst day of his life so far. They sleep in a dark motel at night and eat dry cereal for breakfast. In the motel, there is a letter waiting for Harry when they check out. "Excuse me, is one of you Mr. H. Potter? This here letter arrived this morning," the receptionist says to Uncle Vernon as they are leaving. Written in green ink on the envelope is the address, Mr. H. Potter, Room 17, Railview Hotel, Cokeworth. Harry tries to grab the letter, but Uncle Vernon is faster. Soon they are back in the car and on the road. They drive for hours. No one knows what he is looking for. They drive through forests and fields. Uncle Vernon stops in the middle of a long bridge and looks around, but he obviously does not like what he sees. He gets back into the car and drives away.
"Daddy has gone crazy, hasn't he?"
Dudley asks Aunt Petunia as they stop in a parking garage near the sea.
It's Monday. I want to watch the new episode of The Great Umberto,
he continues. Monday, thinks Harry. Then he remembers. Tomorrow is his 11th birthday. His birthdays are never fun, but turning 11 only happens once in your life. Uncle Vernon returns to the car after going into a shop near the parking garage. He is carrying something long and thin in a paper bag.
Out, everyone out. I found the perfect place. Let's go, he says.
Uncle Vernon is pointing into the distance, out into the sea. He is pointing at a little cabin on a rock far into the water. For sure there is no television on that island, thinks Harry. They walk down to the pier and get into a little boat with oars.
All aboard,
yells Uncle Vernon. It is very cold in the boat. The wind is beginning to blow very hard, and it starts to rain. A storm is coming. They row for hours until they reach the rock island. They climb an old path up to an old, broken-down house. It is horrible inside. It smells like old seaweed and fish. The wind and the rain come through holes in the walls and ceiling. There are only 2 rooms, and Harry has to share a wet and uncomfortable room with Dudley. As night comes, the storm begins to blow stronger and louder. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia go to sleep in one dirty bed, and Dudley sleeps in the other bed in the other room. Harry has to find the softest place on the hard floor. He has only a dirty old blanket filled with holes to keep him warm. Harry cannot sleep. He waits excitedly as his birthday comes closer and closer. Just before midnight, he begins to hear strange sounds from outside. Something hard hitting a rock. Noises that sound like footsteps. 30 seconds to go. 20, 10, 9. Harry thinks about waking Dudley up just to annoy him. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The whole house shakes. Harry sits up in surprise. He looks at the door. There is someone outside. They want to come in. Chapter 4. The Keeper of the Keys. Boom! The knock comes again. Uncle Vernon runs into the room.
Who's there?
He shouts. He is holding a rifle in his hands. Now everyone understands what he was carrying in the bag the day before.
Who is it? I warn you, I have a gun.
There is a pause.
Smash!
The door is hit so hard that it breaks and comes flying into the room. There is a man in the doorway, a giant man. His face is almost completely covered with long, messy hair and a big black beard. But you can see his eyes, like points of light under his hair. The giant man comes through the doorway and into the room. His head almost touches the ceiling.
Could you make us a cup of tea, please? It has been very difficult to find you," says the giant. "And here's Harry. The last time I saw you, you was only a baby. You look a lot like your dad, but you have your mother's eyes."
"I demand that you leave right now," yells Uncle Vernon. "You are in this house illegally."
"Ah, shut up, Dursley, you big fool,"
says the giant. He reaches over and takes the gun out of Uncle Vernon's hands. He bends the barrel of the gun into a knot as if the gun were made of rubber. He throws the gun into a corner of the room. Uncle Vernon makes a sound like someone stepping on a mouse.
"Well, Harry," continues the giant, "happy birthday to you. 11 years old. Congratulations."
Harry looks at the giant in surprise. "Who are you?" asks Harry.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. But you can call me Hagrid. Everybody does. I'm sure you know all about Hogwarts, of course."
No, answers Harry.
"Excuse me," says Hagrid, looking shocked. "You don't know about Hogwarts?"
Hagrid looks angrily at the Dursleys, who try to hide in a corner.
"I knew you weren't receiving all the letters we sent you, but I never thought you didn't know about Hogwarts, for crying out loud. Didn't you ever wonder where your parents learned all of it?"
"All of what?" asks Harry, very confused now.
"All of what?"
Hagrid yells.
"You didn't tell this boy anything about Hogwarts?"
he asks the Dursleys in a voice that sounds like a storm. Hagrid looks back at Harry and asks,
"You don't know anything about our world? I mean, your world, Harry? My world? Your parents' world?"
"What world?" asks Harry. Hagrid looks like he is about to explode.
"Dursley!" he yells.
Uncle Vernon is shaking with terror.
"But Harry," says Hagrid, "you must know about your mom and dad. I mean, they're famous. You're famous too."
"They were famous? Really? My mom and dad?" says Harry.
"You don't know," says Hagrid sadly. "You don't know who you are, do you, Harry? You don't know what you are?"
"Stop!" yells Uncle Vernon, who finds some courage to speak.
"I forbid you to tell him anything."
"Oh, go sit on some nails, Dursley, you great fat pot of pudding," answers Hagrid. "Harry, you're a wizard."
"I'm a what?" gasps Harry.
"A wizard, of course," says Hagrid. "One of the best, at least when you learn a thing or two. With a mum and dad like yours, what else would you be? I think it's time you read your letter."
Hagrid reaches into his pocket and pulls out a yellow envelope with emerald green ink written on it. The address reads, Mr. H. Potter, The Floor, House on the Rock, The Sea. Harry takes out the letter and begins to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Potter, we are happy to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In this envelope there is a list of all the necessary books and equipment you will need for your studies. The term begins on September 1st. We expect your answer by owl no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry has so many questions that he doesn't know which question to ask first. Then Hagrid asks,
"Well, Harry, are you ready to go? Hogwarts awaits you."
Before Harry can answer, Uncle Vernon says,
"He's not going."
"I'd like to see you try to stop him, you great fat muggle,"
growls Hagrid. "What's a muggle?" asks Harry, very interested.
"A muggle," says Hagrid, "it's what we call non-magic people like your uncle here. And it's bad luck you grew up in a family of the worst kind of muggle.
We made a promise when we accepted Harry that we would never allow him to be a wizard. It's all nonsense anyway."
"You knew?" asks Harry. "You knew I'm a wizard?"
"Knew?" yells Aunt Petunia. "Knew? Of course we knew. Especially since my horrible sister was what she was. She got a letter just like you, and then she disappeared and went to that school, and came home every vacation with her pockets full of magic nonsense. She turned our teacups into rats. She was a freak. But my mother and father always loved her best. Lily this and Lily that. They were proud there was a witch in the family." She pauses to take a breath and then continues in an angry voice. "Then she met that Potter boy at school, and they got married and had you. And I knew you were going to be just the same, just as strange, just as abnormal. And then she went and got killed, and we got stuck with you."
"She was killed?"
yells Harry.
"You told me she died in a car crash."
"Car crash!"
Hagrid screams at the Dursleys.
"How could a car crash kill Lily and James Potter? That's ridiculous. I can't believe Harry Potter does not know his own story, even when every kid in our world knows his name."
Hagrid looks sad.
"I had no idea. Dumbledore said it might be difficult to find you, but I didn't know it was this bad. But Harry, I don't know if I'm the right person to tell you your story. But someone has to tell you. You can't go to Hogwarts without knowing the truth about your past."
He looks at the Dursleys with an angry expression on his face.
"Well, I'll try to tell you as best as I can. I don't know everything myself. It's a big mystery, some parts of the story. It begins with a person called—"
"Who?" asks Harry.
"I don't really like saying his name. No one in our world likes saying his name," answers Hagrid.
"Why not?"
"Great goblins, Harry. People are still scared of him. Oh, this is difficult. Well, there was this wizard who turned bad as you could be. Worse than worse. His name was
Hagrid cannot finish. Finally, he says slowly in a low voice,
"His name was Voldemort. I can't say it again, Harry. Anyway, this wizard, about 20 years ago, turned bad and started looking for followers. He was becoming more and more powerful. They were dark days, Harry. You didn't know who to trust. Bad things started to happen to good wizards and witches. He started taking control of everything. But there were some people who tried to stop him. They tried to go against him, and he killed them all. He killed them in terrible ways. One of the only safe places for us was Hogwarts. I think Dumbledore was the only one you-know-who was afraid of. He didn't try to attack the school, at least at first."
Harry is filled with wonder as he listens to the story. Hagrid continues,
"Now, your mom and dad were the best witch and wizard you could know. They were head boy and head girl at Hogwarts in their day. But you-know-who must have been afraid of them, because about 10 years ago, he discovered where they were, and you were with them, Harry. You were just a baby of 1, you were. He found your mum and dad on Halloween. He came to your house and...
Hagrid suddenly takes out a large handkerchief and blows his nose like a giant horn.
"Oh, sorry," he says, "but it's a sad story, it is. Your mum and dad were the nicest people you could meet. Anyway, you know who killed them, and then he tried to kill you. And this is the biggest mystery of all. He couldn't kill you. Did you ever wonder how you got that mark on your forehead? That was no ordinary cut. That's the mark of a powerful curse on you. It destroyed your mother and father, and your house, but you survived. That's why you're famous, Harry."
While Harry listens to the story, he begins to remember images in his mind, green flashes of light, and, for the first time, a laugh. A high, cold, cruel laugh.
"I found you in the house, Harry, under some debris," continues Hagrid. "Dumbledore told me to find you and bring you to these here muggles."
Hagrid looks at the Dursleys with disgust on his face. At that moment, Uncle Vernon begins speaking angrily.
"Now, you listen to me, boy. We took you into our home. We accepted you, even though there was something strange and different about you. And your parents, they were freaks. No good wizards and witches, and they got what they deserved, and..."
Before Uncle Vernon can continue, Hagrid jumps up from the sofa where he is sitting. He takes an old pink umbrella from his coat and points it at Uncle Vernon like a sword and says,
"I'm warning you, Dursley. One more word and I'll..."
Uncle Vernon loses all his courage and he becomes silent.
"That's better," says Hagrid.
"But what happened to you-know-who?" asks Harry.
"Good question, Harry. He disappeared. He vanished. That's the biggest mystery of all. No one knows where he is. He was so powerful, and now he's just gone. Some say he died. That's nonsense if you ask me. Some say he's still out there, waiting. I don't believe it. But the ones who went to his side, the dark side, they all came back. So he must be gone for good. But he lost his powers, I think. He's too weak to continue fighting. Something about you took away all his strength, Harry. Something happened that night with you, with him. Nobody knows what happened, and that's the mystery. But he's gone.
But Harry is confused now. He does not believe that he is a wizard, and certainly not a famous wizard. After all the abuse he receives from the Dursleys. "Hagrid," says Harry, "I think you have made a mistake. I don't think I can be a wizard."
Hagrid laughs. "Oh, not a wizard, eh? You never made strange things happen when you were scared or angry."
Harry thinks about this. All the things that have made the Dursleys angry with him have happened when he was angry or upset, especially at the zoo a few days ago. He made the glass disappear, and he let the boa constrictor free, right? Harry looks back at Hagrid and smiles. Hagrid smiles back at him.
"See," says Hagrid, "Harry, you may doubt yourself now, but just wait until you go to Hogwarts. You'll see."
But Uncle Vernon is not going to let Harry go without a fight.
"I told you he is not going. He's going to a normal school, and he will thank us for it. I have read all those letters you sent him. Nonsense."
"If he wants to go to Hogwarts, a muggle like you can't stop him. He's Lily and James Potter's son. He'll go to Hogwarts, and he'll be with young people like him, people who will respect him for who he is. And he'll be taught by the greatest headmaster there is, Albus Dumbledore."
"I will not pay for some crazy old man to teach him silly magic tricks,"
yells Uncle Vernon. But Uncle Vernon has gone too far this time. Hagrid picks up his umbrella.
"Never,"
he yells,
"insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me."
He moves his umbrella towards Dudley, and there is a bright flash of violet light and the sound of a firecracker. Dudley screams and puts his hand on his fat bottom. He begins jumping up and down in pain. There is a hole in his pajama pants with a little pink tail sticking out. Uncle Vernon yells in terror and takes Aunt Petunia and Dudley into the other room and slams the door.
"I don't think my spell worked,"
says Hagrid, confused.
"I wanted to turn him into a pig." "Oh well, he is fat enough already."
He looks at Harry.
I would appreciate it if you didn't say anything about this to anyone at Hogwarts, Harry. I'm not supposed to, use magic."
"Why can't you use magic, Hagrid?" asks Harry.
I was at Hogwarts myself, but I was expelled. But Dumbledore let me stay and be the gamekeeper. Dumbledore is a great man."
"Why were you expelled?"
"Oh, Harry, it's getting late. Take my coat and lie down here by the fire and get some sleep. We have lots to do tomorrow," says Hagrid. "Hogwarts awaits you, Harry."
Chapter 5 Diagon Alley. Harry wakes up early the next morning. He tells himself that everything is just a dream. There is no giant named Hagrid. There is no school for wizards. "I am still in my room under the stairs," he thinks. But it is such a good dream that he keeps his eyes closed. But he finally sits up and opens his eyes. To his surprise, he is not in his little room under the stairs. He is in the old, broken-down house on the rock in the middle of the ocean. And there, on a sofa in front of him, is a sleeping giant. It is Hagrid. Harry cannot believe it. He is so happy, he feels like he will explode. Hagrid opens his eyes, yawns with a huge open mouth, and stretches.
"Good morning, Harry. I hope you slept well,"
says Hagrid. He looks up at the sun coming through the window and says,
"It's time to go, Harry. We've lots to do today. We have to get to London to buy all your things for school."
Harry suddenly feels sad again.
"Hagrid,"
he says,
"I don't have any money to pay for anything. You heard Uncle Vernon. He won't pay for the school."
"Don't worry, Harry,"
says Hagrid as he stands up.
"Your parents left you something at Gringotts. It's a bank for wizards."
"Wizards have banks?"
"Just the one. Gringotts. It's operated by goblins."
"Goblins?"
Harry asks. He can't believe his own ears.
"That's right. It's the safest place in the world to keep your important things. I have to visit Gringotts anyway, for Dumbledore,"
Hagrid explains.
"Do you have all your things? Good. Let's go then."
Outside on the rock, the sky is clear. The storm is gone. But the little boat is there waiting for them.
"Harry,"
says Hagrid,
"I'm not supposed to use magic outside of Hogwarts, but we can go a lot faster in the boat with some magic."
"I won't say anything, Hagrid,"
says Harry. He is excited to see some more magic. Hagrid takes out his pink umbrella and taps the side of the boat twice. The boat speeds away back to land. They leave the boat and finally arrive at the train station in the little town. Luckily, there is a train leaving in 5 minutes for London. On the train, Hagrid asks,
"Harry, do you still have your letter?"
Harry takes the letter out of his pocket and shows it to Hagrid.
"Good. It has a list of everything we need to buy for you."
Harry looks at the paper. There is a long list of things he needs to buy, including things for his uniform. 3 sets of plain black robes, a pointed hat, some gloves made of dragon skin, and a winter cloak. Then there is a list of books about spells and the history of magic, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, a book on herbs and fungi, a book on potions,
one about beasts and where to find them. Then there is a book on the dark forces. The list also includes a wand, a cauldron, a telescope, and a set of scales and a set of glass cups. Harry reads out loud from the paper. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad, but no broomstick. Can we buy all this in London, Hagrid?
If you know where to go,
answers Hagrid. Soon they arrive at the London train station. They walk for some time down the narrow streets until they arrive at a small, dirty-looking bar.
This is it, says Hagrid. The Leaky Cauldron. It's a famous place.
Harry and Hagrid enter. It is dark and dirty. There are a few people sitting at the bar and sitting at tables, and they all stop and stare when they see Harry. "Good Lord," says the bartender, looking closely at Harry. Can it be? Well, I cannot believe it. It is! Harry Potter! What an honor!" The bartender, who is a little old bald man, comes quickly towards Harry and shakes his hand. There are tears in his eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back." Everyone is looking at Harry. Then they all get up and come say hello. A young man with a very pale face comes towards Harry.
Professor Quirrell,
says Hagrid.
Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts.
Mr. Potter, stammers Professor Quirrell. I am so happy to finally meet you. What kind of magic do you teach, Professor Quirrell? Asks Harry. Defense against the dark arts, he answers. He seems scared to even talk about it. Of course, you will not need it, right, Potter?
All right, everyone. We must go, says Hagrid. We still have lots to do. Come on, Harry.
As they leave, Hagrid looks at Harry and says,
See, Harry, I told you you're famous.
They soon arrive at a small courtyard. There is nothing there but a stone wall.
Now, where's my umbrella?
Hagrid asks himself.
Oh, here we go. 3 stones up, 2 stones across.
He taps the wall with his umbrella, and suddenly the stones begin to move and shift. In front of Harry, a large archway appears out of nowhere. There is an old stone street that twists this way and that, then disappears into the distance.
Welcome to Diagon Alley,
says Hagrid. Harry is filled with amazement. They walk through the arch, and then Harry looks behind him. The opening they have just walked through begins to close. Almost instantly, the hole disappears, and there is only the solid stone wall. The sun is shining as they walk down the street. Harry cannot believe his eyes. There are shops and stores of all different kinds, selling every kind of magic item imaginable. There is even a store that sells several kinds of owls. There are broomstick shops and cauldron vendors, robe makers, and potion sellers.
Here we are, Harry. Gringotts,
says Hagrid. They are standing in front of a large white building. Next to the large doors, wearing a red and gold uniform is—
"Yeah, that's a goblin, Harry,"
says Hagrid. The goblin is much shorter than Harry. He has an intelligent, dark face with a pointed beard and long fingers and feet. He bows as they walk inside the building. They are in a vast hall made of marble. There are about 100 more goblins in the room. They are sitting on high chairs behind a long counter. They are writing in books, weighing coins, and examining precious stones using special eyeglasses. The hall is full of doors, too many to count. The goblins are taking people in and out of the many doors.
"Good morning,"
says Hagrid when they approach the counter.
"We've come to take out some money from Mr. Harry Potter's safe."
"Do you have his key, sir?" asks one of the goblins.
"It's here somewhere,"
says Hagrid as he searches his many pockets in his huge coat.
"I found it,"
Hagrid says. He holds up a tiny golden key. "That looks like the correct key," says the goblin.
"And I have a letter from Professor Dumbledore, too,"
says Hagrid.
"It's about the you-know-what in Vault 713.
The goblin reads the letter carefully. "Very well," he says. "Someone will take you to both vaults. Grip hook!" Another goblin arrives and leads them through one of the many doors. They follow a dark passage to a railway. They get into a little cart and move quickly down the tracks. They speed through a labyrinth of tunnels. Finally, they arrive at a small door in the passage wall. Griphook unlocks the door with the key, and they enter through a cloud of green smoke.
"It's all yours, Harry,"
says Hagrid. Harry cannot believe his eyes. The room is full of piles of gold coins and silver coins and bronze coins. Hagrid helps Harry fill a bag with some of the coins.
"The gold ones are galleons, the silver ones are sickles, and the bronze ones are nuts. This should be enough for a year at Hogwarts. Right, Griphook, to Vault 713, please."
They move deeper and deeper into the tunnels on the cart. The air gets colder and colder. Vault 713 has no hole for a key. Griphook walks up to the door and touches it with a long finger. The door vanishes. Harry looks in. The room looks empty. But Hagrid moves past him and enters the room. He picks up a small package that is on the floor. Harry desperately wants to know what it is.
"Let's go,"
says Hagrid.
"Back to the surface. We have things to buy, Harry."
After a wild cart ride, they arrive back on the surface in the bright sunlight. Harry realizes he now has more money than he has ever had in his entire life. He does not know what to do with it.
"Why don't you go and buy your uniform, Harry?"
says Hagrid.
"I have some things to take care of. Madame Malkin's shop has everything you need. Off you go."
And with that, Hagrid pushes Harry towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin is a small, round, smiling witch dressed in purple robes. Are you here for Hogwarts, dear? She asks Harry when he enters the shop. Come over here and stand, dear. Let's get your robes. Madame Malkin places a long black robe over his head and begins to put little pins in to find the correct length. There are other boys in the shop who are also getting their robes altered. Harry overhears them talking about things he does not understand. Hufflepuff and Slytherin, broomsticks and Quidditch. Harry begins to feel sad again. He really has no understanding at all about what is happening to him. As Madame Malkin places the last pin, Hagrid enters the shop and waits in the waiting area. Harry hears the boys talk badly about Hagrid, calling him a servant and a savage. The boys remind Harry of Dudley. They are cruel and mean.
All set, dear. Your robe for all occasions is ready.
Harry thanks Madame Malkin and leaves the shop with Hagrid. Harry is quiet as they walk down the street, and Hagrid asks,
Harry, what's wrong?
Nothing, Harry lies.
Hagrid,
he continues, what's Quidditch?
Blimey, Harry, I keep forgetting how little you know about us and our world. Quidditch is our sport. It's a wizard sport. It's like football in the Muggle world. Everyone follows Quidditch. You play it up in the air with broomsticks and 4 balls. It's hard to explain the rules.
And what are Slytherin and Hufflepuff?
Asks Harry.
They are the houses at Hogwarts School. There are 4 houses. Everyone says the students at Hufflepuff are a lot of dummies, but...
I'll probably be in Hufflepuff, says Harry unhappily.
It's better to be in Hufflepuff than in Slytherin,
says Hagrid.
Only the bad witches and wizards come from Slytherin. You know who was one.
You know who went to Hogwarts?
Asks Harry.
Many years ago,
answers Hagrid, and he says no more about the subject. They continue their shopping down Diagon Alley. They buy books of all kinds, and paper and ink. The ink changes color as you write. They buy a cauldron and a set of scales for weighing potions, and a beautiful telescope. They visit the apothecary to buy basic potions, and Harry examines a silver unicorn horn that costs 21 galleons. They stop at an owl emporium to buy an owl for Harry. Toads and cats are out of fashion, explains Hagrid. All the new wizards and witches want owls for their animals. Harry walks out of the store with a large cage and a beautiful snow-white owl.
Just one more stop, Harry, says Hagrid. We'll go to Ollivander's for your wand. The best wands for the best wizards.
Harry can't wait. That is what he really wants, a magic wand. As they enter the dark store, Harry notices thousands of narrow boxes in high piles from the floor to the ceiling. For some reason, Harry feels anxious. The hair on his neck is standing up. The store seems to be filled with secret magic. "Good afternoon," says a soft voice. An old man is standing there. His eyes are bright in the dark shop.
"Hello,"
says Harry, embarrassed. I thought I would see you here some day soon, Harry Potter. You have your mother's eyes. It seems like only yesterday that she came to my shop to buy her first wand. I remember every wand I have ever sold. Your mother's wand was made of willow, but your father preferred a mahogany wand for a little more power. But it is the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Mr. Ollivander is very close to Harry as he speaks. His nose is almost touching Harry's. He touches the scar on Harry's forehead with a long finger. I'm sorry to say that it was I who sold the wand that did that, he says softly. It was made of yew wood, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. If I had known what that wand was going to do. He looks at Hagrid for a moment. Rubeus Hagrid, how nice to see you again. Your wand was made of oak, wasn't it? It was a good wand until they broke it when you were expelled. He looks at Hagrid with a severe face. Hagrid looks embarrassed now. Well now, Mr. Potter, let me see. Harry tries many different wands, but each wand he waves in the air, Mr. Ollivander takes away quickly. He tries wands made of wood and unicorn horns, dragon hearts, and phoenix tails. You are a difficult customer, Mr. Potter, but do not worry. We will find you a perfect match here somewhere. Yes, here, try this one. It is made of holly and phoenix feathers. Harry takes the wand. He feels a strange, warm sensation in his fingers. He raises it above his head and waves it through the air. Red and gold sparks shoot from the end like fireworks. Hagrid jumps up and down, and Mr. Ollivander claps his hands with happiness. Oh, bravo, he yells. Yes, indeed. Oh, very good. Well, well, well. How very curious. He puts the wand back in its box and wraps it in brown paper. Yes, very curious indeed, he continues saying. All wands are different, Mr. Potter, but this wand has a brother. Its brother gave you that scar. Very curious how these things happen. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible things, yes, but great things. Harry feels scared. He is not sure if he likes Mr. Ollivander very much, but he pays the 7 gold galleons for his wand and leaves the shop. They make their way back down Diagon Alley, through the arch in the stone wall, all the way back to the train station. Harry has a ticket back home to the Dursleys. Before the train leaves, he says to Hagrid, Everyone thinks I'm special. All those people in the bar, Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander. But I don't know anything about magic. How can I do great things if I don't know anything, or even why I'm famous?
Don't worry, Harry, says Hagrid. You'll learn fast enough. Everyone starts at the beginning at Hogwarts. You'll be just fine. Just Be yourself. I know it's hard. You're famous after all. But you'll have a great time at Hogwarts. Here's your train ticket for Hogwarts, by the way.
He hands Harry the ticket.
If you have any problems with the Dursleys, you send me a letter with your owl. She'll know where to find me. See you soon, Harry.
The train begins to leave the station. Harry wants to watch Hagrid until he can't see him anymore. He stands up and puts his nose against the window, but he blinks for an instant and Hagrid is gone. Chapter 6. Platform 9 3/4. Harry spends the next month with the Dursleys. Dudley is now afraid of Harry, and Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia pretend Harry does not exist. It is a very depressing month for Harry, but he stays in his room with his new owl for company. He names her Hedwig, a name he discovers in his book, A History of Magic. Each lonely day, Harry checks off a box on his calendar. He can't wait until September the 1st, the first day of school at Hogwarts. On his last night with the Dursleys, he convinces Uncle Vernon to take him to the train station the next day. He seems very happy to take him there. It is obvious that the Dursleys do not want him in their house any longer. The next day, when they arrive at the train station, Harry has no idea what to do or where to go. There is no platform 9 3/4. He asks several guards, but they laugh at him and think he is crazy. Harry begins to feel desperate. He tries not to panic when the large clock in the train station says he only has 10 minutes before his train leaves. Has Hagrid forgotten to tell him something about the train? Or the platform? He thinks. Do I have to tap something with an umbrella? At that moment, a group of people pass by Harry, and he hears some of their conversation.
The station is full of muggles, of course.
Harry looks quickly at the woman who is talking. She is talking to 4 boys. All of them have red hair the color of fire. Each of them has a trunk like Harry's, and there is an owl with them. Harry begins to follow them, pushing his cart with his trunk. When they stop, he stops and listens to what they are saying.
Now, boys, what's the platform number again?
Asks the mother.
9 3/4.
Answers a small girl who is holding her mother's hand.
Mummy, I want to go too.
You're not old enough yet, Jenny. All right, Percy, you go first. A tall boy, probably the oldest of the 4, walks towards a barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watches and tries not to close his eyes. He does not want to miss anything. The boy is about to reach the barrier, and suddenly a group of tourists walks in front of him. When they are gone, the boy is gone too.
Fred, your turn,
the mother says. I'm not Fred, I'm George, says the boy. I can't believe you call yourself our mother. I know we're twins, but you still can't tell us apart.
Sorry, George, dear.
I'm just joking, Mother. I am Fred, says the boy as he walks with his twin brother towards the platform barrier. One moment the boys are there, and then suddenly they are not. They have disappeared completely. But Harry cannot see how they do it. He finds some courage and approaches the mother.
Excuse me,
Harry says to the woman.
Hello, dear,
she says.
Is this your first time at Hogwarts? Ron is new too.
She points to her last and youngest son. He is tall and thin, with freckles, big hands and big feet, and a long nose.
You don't know how to find the platform, do you, dear? It's easy enough. Just walk through the barrier between 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared. You can run through if you're nervous. That might help you. Go ahead, go before Ron.
Harry looks at her a bit confused.
Okay,
he answers. Pushing his cart with his trunk on it, he walks towards the barrier. People around him bump into him as he walks. The barrier gets closer and closer. He will hit the barrier for sure, he thinks. He begins to run. The cart is out of control now. He closes his eyes. The barrier is right there. Then it is not. He opens his eyes, and there, next to the platform, is a big red train. There is a sign over the platform that reads, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry looks behind him where the barrier is supposed to be, but there is a sign that says, Platform 9 3/4. He has found the platform. There are children of all kinds on the platform, with owls flying everywhere in the smoke from the train, and cats of all colors walking between the people's legs. He pushes his heavy cart towards an empty train car. He finds an empty compartment and sits down. As he looks out the window, the door to the compartment slides open. Ron, the boy with fire-red hair, comes in.
Is anyone sitting there? The whole train is full. No,
answers Harry.
No one is sitting there.
The red-headed boy sits down and looks at Harry. Then he looks at him more closely.
Are you? You are, aren't you?
Who? Asks Harry.
Harry Potter,
he says.
Oh, him,
says Harry, feeling embarrassed.
Yes, I'm him.
Is that the scar?
Wow! So that's where you know who did you know what? Yes, says Harry, but I can't remember anything. Just a dream, a green light, and nothing else. Are you all wizards in your family?
Harry asks Ron quickly. He wants to change the subject.
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ron Weasley. Those other boys you saw are my brothers. Percy's the oldest, and Fred and George are twins, says Ron, feeling embarrassed for being so rude. Yes, my family is full of wizards and witches. I'm the 6th in my family to go to Hogwarts. This is my first year, and everybody loves my brothers. I think everyone has a lot of expectations for me. I'm not sure what's going to happen. All I know is that I don't have anything that's new for me. All I have are my older brother's things. This wand and even Scabbers here. At that moment, Ron reaches into his pocket and takes out an old, fat, gray rat.
that looks more dead than alive.
All he does is sleep. He's almost useless. Well, until Hagrid told me, I didn't know anything about magic or Hogwarts or anything. You're lucky. I'm probably going to be the worst in the class. You won't be, Harry. There are lots of new students, and you'll learn quick, I'm sure.
Harry doesn't know if he believes Ron, but he feels a little better. As they are talking, the train begins to leave the station and take them out of London. After some time, Ron says,
"Watch this."
He takes out the old wand his older brother has given him.
I've been practicing a magic trick. I've been trying to turn my rat yellow, but I've been having some difficulty.
He waves his wand and is about to say some magic words when the compartment door slides open. There is a girl in the doorway. She is already wearing her new Hogwarts robes.
Has anyone seen a frog? One of the other boys has lost his.
She has lots of bushy hair and a very bossy voice.
We haven't seen one,
answers Ron, holding his wand in the air.
Are you doing magic?
The girl asks.
Let's see it then.
She comes in and sits down without asking. Ron is shocked.
All right,
he says. He clears his throat and begins.
Sunshine and daisies and buttermellow. Turn this stupid fat rat yellow.
He waves his wand over the rat, but nothing happens. The rat is still asleep, it is still fat, and it is still gray.
That's not a very good spell, is it?
Asks the girl in her bossy voice.
I've tried a few spells just to practice, and they have all worked for me, and nobody in my family is magic at all. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you?
She says all this very fast.
I'm Ron Weasley,
Ron answers in a low voice.
Harry Potter,
says Harry.
Are you really?
Says Hermione.
I know all about you, you know. I bought some extra books just to be prepared. And you're in modern magical history, and in the rise and fall of the dark arts, and in great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I?
Asks Harry in amazement.
Of course you are. Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds like it is the best house. They say Dumbledore was in Gryffindor when he was studying at Hogwarts. But Ravenclaw sounds good too. Anyway, we need to look for Neville's frog that he lost. And you two should change into your Hogwarts clothes. We'll be there soon.
Hermione stands up quickly and leaves. Ron leans over towards Harry and says,
Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it.
Harry and Ron both laugh loudly.
What house are your brothers in?
Asks Harry.
Gryffindor,
answers Ron.
My whole family was in Gryffindor. I'm afraid what they will think if I don't get in too. What if they put me in Slytherin?
At that moment, the door to the compartment slides open. Harry recognizes the boys. They are the boys he has seen on Diagon Alley, the ones saying mean things about Hagrid in Madame Malkin's robe shop.
Is it true?
The pale boy in the middle says. He appears to be the leader.
They are all saying that Harry Potter is in this compartment. It is you, isn't it?
Yes, says Harry. Harry is looking at the two other boys who are very big. They look like bodyguards.
Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle,
says the pale boy.
And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy.
He looks at Ron with a mean look on his face. Then he says to Harry,
You'll soon discover who the best wizard families are, and it is certainly not the Weasleys with their red hair and freckles. You don't want to make friends with the wrong kind of people. I can help you there.
He puts his hand out for Harry to shake it, but Harry does not take Malfoy's hand.
I can tell who the wrong kind of people are myself, thanks,
Harry says with more confidence than he feels.
I'd be careful, Potter, if I were you,
Malfoy says slowly and meanly.
You should be more polite, or the same thing that happened to your parents might happen to you. They didn't know what was good for them. If you hang around the losers like the Weasleys or Hagrid, you may learn some bad habits.
Harry and Ron both stand up.
Say that again,
Ron says. His face is as red as his hair.
Why? Do you think you are going to fight us?
Asks Malfoy with a mean look in his eyes.
We'll fight you unless you get out of here now,
says Harry. He does not feel like he can win a fight against Malfoy and his bodyguards.
We were leaving anyway, says Malfoy, but we're hungry.
Goyle. Goyle reaches for some of the chocolate frogs that are still on the seat, and then screams very loudly. Scabbers the rat has bitten Goyle's finger. Goyle swings his hand around and around in pain. Scabbers flies off and hits the window with a thud. The three boys run away in fear. They think there might be more rats in the compartment.
I hate Malfoy, says Ron angrily. Have you heard about his horrible family?
Harry shakes his head no.
They used to be on the side of you-know-who until he disappeared. Then they came back to our side. They say they were bewitched. My dad doesn't believe them. He says Malfoy's father doesn't need an excuse to go to the dark side.
At that moment, the train begins to slow down. There is a voice on the train's loudspeaker.
Attention! Your attention, please. We will be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. 5 minutes till we reach Hogwarts. Leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately.
The boys quickly put on their wizard robes. Ron's robe is too short for him. His sneakers stick out from under the robe. Finally, the train stops. And all the people exit the train onto the dark platform. It is night. The air is cold, and Harry shivers. Then, in the distance, there is a light that comes towards the students, and Harry hears the familiar voice carrying the light.
First-year students, over here. First year's with me. Hello there, Harry.
Hagrid's big, hairy face appears in the yellow light of the lamp. All the first-year students follow Hagrid down a dark path through the trees. After some time, Hagrid says,
"You'll be able to see Hogwarts in just a moment, around this turn in the path."
Then all the students say together, "Ooh!" The path opens onto the edge of a large, dark lake. In the distance, on the top of a high mountain on the other side of the lake, is Hogwarts. It has many windows full of light, with many turrets and towers.
"Everyone, get into one of the boats. No more than 4 in each boat."
There is a fleet of little boats on the shore of the lake. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, the boy who has lost the frog, get into a boat together.
"Is everyone in?"
asks Hagrid.
"Okay, forward!"
The fleet of little boats moves off at the same time across the lake. The lake is as smooth as glass. Everyone is very quiet. No one talks. They look up at the massive castle above. They pass through a dark tunnel and soon come to an underground harbor. It seems like it is underneath the castle. They get out of the boats and wait on a rocky beach. Hagrid is helping the children when they need it.
"Hey, you there,"
says Hagrid to one of the boys.
"Is this your frog?"
Hagrid has found the frog in one of the boats.
Trevor, where have you been?
Cries Neville happily. He takes the frog from Hagrid and follows the other children as they move up a long passage. The passage leads to a large grass field in the shadow of the castle.
"Is everyone here?"
asks Hagrid.
"Right, then."
They follow him up a large flight of stairs to a huge front door made of hard oak wood. Hagrid raises a gigantic hand and knocks 3 times on the castle door. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat.
"Is everyone here?"
asks Hagrid.
"Right, then."
They follow him up a large flight of stairs to a huge front door made of hard oak wood. Hagrid raises a gigantic hand and knocks 3 times on the castle door. The huge oak door opens immediately and loudly. Standing there is a tall witch with black hair, wearing emerald green robes. Her face is very severe. The first thing Harry thinks is, "I do not want to make this person angry."
"Here are your first-year students, Professor McGonagall,"
says Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She opens the doors all the way, and the students enter the hall. The hall is massive. There is a magnificent marble staircase in front of them that goes to the floors upstairs. Up ahead on their right, there is the sound of hundreds of people in conversation. "Welcome to Hogwarts," says Professor McGonagall. "You will join your classmates in a moment for the opening banquet, where you will be sorted into your houses. Follow me, children." Professor McGonagall continues, The sorting is a very important ceremony because your new house will become like a family to you here at Hogwarts. You will have classes with your housemates, you will sleep in your house dormitory, and you will spend your free time with the other children from your house in your house common room. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own important history, and each house has produced great witches and wizards. If you perform well, your house will receive points. If you break the rules, your house will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will win the House Cup. It is a great honor. I hope each of you will be of help to your house this year. The sorting ceremony will begin in a few moments in front of all the other students. As the group walks through the dark hall, several of the children scream.
What's that?
Someone yells. Harry looks around and gasps. There are about 20 ghosts that suddenly appear in the hall. They are passing through one of the walls and floating towards the great hall. The ghosts are white, the color of pearls, and transparent. They float in the air across the hall. They are talking to each other. They ignore the group of first-year students who are standing there in shock. Then one ghost, a fat friar, notices them.
Are you about to be sorted?
He asks. The children just nod their heads up and down in shock. They cannot speak.
Let's go, Hufflepuff! Ha ha!
Yells the fat friar ghost as he disappears through the other wall into the great hall. Come along now, children, says Professor McGonagall in a stern voice. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Follow me in a line. Harry is very nervous. His legs feel like they are made of iron. Ron is behind him in line, and they enter the great hall through a large doorway. Harry has never seen or imagined anything like what he sees. It is a strange but splendid place. There are thousands of candles floating in the air, illuminating the room. In front of Harry, there are 4 long tables where all the other students are sitting. The tables are covered with golden plates and cups. At the end of the hall, there is another table where all the teachers are sitting. Professor McGonagall leads the students towards this table. There are hundreds of faces looking at them in the candlelight. Sitting with the students, here and there, are the ghosts. Professor McGonagall places a 4-legged stool in front of all the first-year students. On top of the stool, there is a pointed wizard's hat. The hat is old and extremely dirty. Harry does not know what is going to happen. Maybe he will have to pull a rabbit out of the hat, he thinks with fear. All of the first-year students are now looking at the old hat. Suddenly, a tear in the hat near the brim opens like a big mouth and begins to speak.
Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but do not judge on what you see. I'll eat my own self if you can find a hat that is smarter than me. For I am the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I'll tell you where you should be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where live the courageous hearts. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where justice sets you apart. Or maybe in wise old Ravenclaw, if you have an intelligent mind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, where real friends you will find. So put me on, do not be afraid, for I am the thinking cap, and I will come to your aid.
All the children in the hall begin to clap and cheer when the hat finishes.
So, all we have to do is put the hat on?
Ron says to Harry.
My brothers told me it was very painful and that I would cry. I'm going to kill Fred. He said it was like wrestling a troll.
Harry smiles. Yes, just trying on the hat is much better than casting a spell. But Harry wishes he doesn't have to try the hat on in front of all the other students. Harry doesn't feel courageous or intelligent at the moment. He wishes there were a house for boys who are scared and insecure. That is the house for him, he thinks. Professor McGonagall walks forward and holds a long roll of paper, a parchment scroll.
When I call your name, she says, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbot Hannah.
A young girl with a pink face walks forward. She picks up the hat, sits down, and then puts the hat on her head. It falls right down over her eyes. There is a pause that lasts only a moment, and then the hat yells,
Hufflepuff!
All the children at the table on the right begin to clap and cheer. Hannah walks over to the table. The fat friar ghost is at the table. He floats over to Hannah and shakes her hand.
Bones, Susan, yells Professor McGonagall.
Hufflepuff!
The hat shouts again. Susan follows Hannah, and the table begins to cheer again.
Boot, Terry.
Ravenclaw!
Another table erupts with cheers and clapping. Several children from Ravenclaw stand up and shake hands with Terry as he sits down with them.
Bulstrode, Millicent.
Millicent is the first child to be sorted into Slytherin. Harry has heard about Slytherin, but when he looks at all the children sitting at the long Slytherin table, they do not look like very nice children. Harry hopes he is not chosen to be in Slytherin. Then suddenly he has an even more terrifying thought. What if he is not chosen at all? What if the sorting hat doesn't say anything, and Professor McGonagall has to make him leave Hogwarts in front of all the other children? Harry finally returns to reality when he hears,
Granger, Hermione.
Hermione runs quickly to the stool and pushes the hat hard onto her head. Almost instantly, the hat screams,
Gryffindor!
Ron makes a groaning sound. Oh. When Neville Longbottom, the boy who keeps losing his frog, is called, he trips on the stool and almost drops the hat. The hat takes a long time to decide. Finally, it yells,
Gryffindor!
And Neville runs off to the table, still wearing the sorting hat on his head. Professor McGonagall has to go after him to get it.
Malfoy, Draco.
Malfoy walks forward full of confidence when his name is called. The hat barely touches his head when it screams,
Slytherin.
Malfoy joins his other friends, Crabbe and Goyle, at the Slytherin table. He seems very happy with himself. Soon, the moment Harry fears the most arrives.
Potter, hurry!
Harry walks forward nervously. The whole room becomes silent. Then everyone begins whispering to each other.
Potter, 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 the Harry Potter?
The children say quietly. The last thing Harry sees before the hat covers his eyes is the great hall full of children, all looking at him. There is a low voice in his ear.
Difficult, very difficult. You have great courage, I see. Your mind is good too. There is lots of talent. And, oh, yes, you have a strong desire to prove yourself. That is interesting. So, which house do you belong in?
Harry closes his eyes tightly and thinks, not Slytherin, not Slytherin.
Not Slytherin? The voice says. Are you sure? You could be great, and Slytherin can help you find greatness. But if you're sure, if that's where you really want to be, Gryffindor!
Harry takes off the hat slowly. He is very relieved. He walks over to the Gryffindor table. He does not realize it, but he is receiving the loudest cheers of all. Percy, Ron's brother, who is the leader of Gryffindor, the prefect, gets up and shakes Harry's hand vigorously. Harry sits down with a big smile on his face. From where he is sitting, he can see the high table clearly. He can see all the teachers, and he can see Hagrid there too. Hagrid gives Harry a big thumbs up. Harry smiles at him. And there, in the center of the table, is Albus Dumbledore. Harry can see Professor Quirrell at the table too. He is wearing a large and strange purple turban. Finally, the sorting comes to an end, and Professor McGonagall picks up the sorting hat and carries it away. Then Albus Dumbledore stands up. He is very happy to see all the new students.
Welcome,
he says, with his arms open wide.
Welcome to a new year here at Hogwarts. Before we begin, I would just like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. That is all. Thank you.
Many of the new children think Dumbledore must be crazy. What do those silly words mean? Harry does not know if he should laugh or not. Then Percy asks him, "Potatoes, Harry?" Harry's eyes open wide. Just moments before, the plates on the table were empty. Now they are full of all kinds of different foods. Roast beef, roast chicken, bacon and steak, sausages, pudding,
carrots and piles of mashed potatoes. As they are eating, one of the ghosts says,
"Oh, that looks so good. I haven't eaten in more than 400 years. But you never forget how delicious a good steak tastes."
I know who you are, Ron says suddenly. My brothers told me about you. You're Nearly Headless Nick.
One of the other children asks,
Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless?
Sir Nicholas, the ghost, looks unhappy. He is hoping the children do not talk about his name, but he feels he must explain. "I'm nearly headless because of this." He raises his arm over his head and pulls on his opposite ear. His whole head swings almost completely off his neck, like it is on a hinge. Someone has obviously tried to decapitate him, but they did not do a complete job. He pushes his head back onto his shoulders and says,
"New Gryffindors, I hope you will help us win the house championship this year. We have not won in so many years, I'm beginning to worry if we will ever win again. We must end Slytherin's record. They have won 6 times in a row."
Harry eats happily and talks excitedly with his new housemates. Dessert arrives, and he eats many plates of delicious ice cream. He is feeling relaxed and a little sleepy. He sits back in his chair and looks at the high table, and sees Professor Quirrell talking to another teacher with long black hair and a hooked nose, like the beak of a bird. He is very pale. It happens very suddenly. The teacher with the hooked nose looks over Quirrell's shoulder straight into Harry's eyes. Harry feels a sharp, hot pain across the scar on his forehead.
Ouch!
Harry covers the scar with his hand. The pain leaves as quickly as it arrives, but Harry cannot stop thinking about the look on the pale teacher's face. It seems like the teacher does not like Harry at all.
"Who is the teacher talking to Professor Quirrell?"
he asks Percy. "That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants Quirrell's position. Snape knows a lot about the dark arts." Harry looks at Snape for a while, but Snape does not look at him again. The meal finally comes to an end. The desserts disappear, and all the plates and cups are magically clean and shiny. Albus Dumbledore stands up once again to talk to the students. He warns the new students to avoid the forest. It is full of monsters and very dangerous. He also tells them that they cannot use magic in the corridors between classes. Quidditch trials will begin in 2 weeks, he says, and anyone interested in playing for their house should talk to Madam Hooch. And finally, he tells the new students that this year the corridor on the right-hand side on the 3rd floor is prohibited, unless they want to die a terrible death. Harry is not sure if he should laugh or if Dumbledore is serious. But before he can ask, all the students stand up and the prefects of each house call out to all the new students. Percy, the prefect of House Gryffindor, yells, "Follow me, newbies! Stay close! You don't want to get lost!" They follow him out of the great hall and up the magnificent marble staircase. They go through many passages and up long flights of stairs. They go through hidden doorways and behind hanging tapestries. Harry is beginning to get tired when finally they stop in front of a large painting of a fat woman in a pink dress. She is moving, and then she speaks.
Password?
Caput Draconis, says Percy, and the painting swings open like a door. And there, in the wall behind the painting, is a round opening that leads into the common room of House Gryffindor. It is a comfortable, round room with big, puffy sofas to sit on. Percy shows the boys to their side of the house, and then he shows the girls to their side. Their trunks are already waiting for them in their rooms. Each room has 5 large beds with red curtains. The boys are too tired to talk. They put on their pajamas and climb into bed. Harry falls asleep immediately. He has a very strange dream that night. He dreams he is wearing Professor Quirrell's turban, and the turban talks to him. It tells him he must transfer to Slytherin immediately. It is his destiny. Harry tells the turban he doesn't want to be in Slytherin, and he tries to take off the turban. But the turban becomes tighter and tighter. And then he sees Malfoy in his dream, laughing at him. Then Malfoy turns into the hooked-nosed teacher, Snape. He hears that same high, cold laugh and the burst of green light. Harry wakes up suddenly. He is sweating and shaking in fear. He rolls over and falls asleep again. And when he wakes up the next day, he doesn't remember a single thing about his dream. Chapter 8. The Potions Master.
There, look.
Where?
Next to the tall boy with the red hair.
Wearing the glasses? Did you see his face?
Did you see his scar?
From the moment Harry leaves his dormitory the next morning, he hears the other students whispering. People stare at him as he walks down the corridors. Students look through the classroom windows and point at him. Harry wishes they wouldn't do these things. He already feels very nervous about being a new student. He is not even very sure how to find his way to his classrooms yet. Hogwarts is full of strange corridors and moving staircases. Some doors open to nowhere, and other doors are not doors at all. They are just stone walls that look like doors. It is very hard to remember where everything is, because even the people in the paintings move around and visit each other in other paintings. The many ghosts who live in the school also terrorize the students. They appear suddenly, scare the students, then disappear. But the school caretaker, Argus Filch, and his ugly cat, Mrs. Norris, is worse than any ghost. Harry and Ron discover this one day when they are lost in a corridor that is forbidden. Filch finds them and does not believe they are lost. He thinks they are trying to steal something. He says he will put the boys in the dungeons. But they are rescued by Professor Quirrell, who is passing by at the moment. Harry quickly discovers that there are many things to learn in his classes besides waving a magic wand and saying some funny words. Professor McGonagall's class is an interesting one. She teaches transfiguration. She is strict and very severe, and Harry is correct to think it is dangerous to make her angry. Their first challenge in class is to change a matchstick into a pin. Harry and Ron have no luck at all, but of course, only Hermione is able to get close. She is able to turn her matchstick gray. Professor Quirrell's class, Defense Against the Dark Arts, is a silly class, Harry thinks. The students ask him why he wears the purple turban, and Professor Quirrell responds that it is a present from an African prince for helping him defeat a zombie. The students think he is lying. Also, there is a bad smell around the turban. The students think it is full of garlic to protect him from vampires. Harry is very relieved to discover that he is not the worst in his classes. There are many students from Muggle families, like him, who did not know that they were witches or wizards. There is a lot to learn, and even people like Ron are not much more prepared than the other students. One morning, while Harry is having breakfast in the Great Hall, the room fills with flying owls. It is letter day. Since Harry has been at Hogwarts, he has not received a letter, but today is different. His owl Hedwig flies into the hall with a letter in her beak. Harry quickly opens the letter. The handwriting is childish. It is from Hagrid.
Dear Harry, I know you do not have classes on Friday. Would you like to come to my house and have a cup of tea with me at around 3? You can tell me all about your first week at Hogwarts. Send your answer back with your owl, Hagrid.
Harry quickly takes out a quill and writes a simple sentence on the back of the letter.
Yes, please. See you later.
Harry is excited about having tea later in the week with Hagrid because he is not excited at all about having potions class with Professor Snape. Harry has the feeling Professor Snape does not like him at all. And by the end of the first lesson, Harry is convinced Snape hates him.
You are all here to learn the beautiful art of making potions,
Snape says in his first class. He speaks in a very low voice, almost a whisper.
We do not cast silly spells with magic wands in this class, and I do not believe many of you will understand the delicate power of liquids and what they can do to the body and the mind. I can teach you to trap the senses and stop death, if you only pay attention. Potter,
Snape says suddenly.
What happens if I mix the powder of asphodel root with an infusion of wormwood?
Hermione raises her hand quickly to answer.
I don't know, sir,
answers Harry. Snape's lips turn into an evil smile.
Being famous obviously does not help you, does it? Let's try again, shall we, Potter? Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?
Hermione lifts her hand high into the air again. She is almost falling out of her seat. But Harry does not even know what a bezoar is. He certainly does not know where to find one. "I don't know, sir," he answers.
I see you did not even look at your books before coming to Hogwarts, eh, Potter?
Harry tries to ignore the mean comment. He has looked through his magic books, but how can he memorize everything about herbs and potions? Snape continues to ignore Hermione's hand.
What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?
Hermione jumps up and raises her hand as high as she can. "I don't know," says Harry quietly. "I think Hermione knows, though. Why don't you ask her?" Some of the other children laugh, but Snape does not think it is funny at all.
"Sit down, girl,"
he yells at Hermione.
"For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a powerful sleeping potion. A bezoar is a stone that is found in the stomach of a goat that will protect you from most poisons. And monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. Why is no one writing any of this down?"
The children suddenly look for quills and paper to begin writing. Then Snape says,
"And 2 points will be taken away from Gryffindor House for your insolence, Potter."
An hour later, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione go to meet Hagrid, Harry feels terrible. He is responsible for Gryffindor losing 2 points in his very first week at school. Why does Snape hate him so much, he asks himself.
"Don't worry, Harry," says Ron. "Snape always takes points away from Fred and George."
Hagrid lives in a small wooden house very close to the Forbidden Forest. When Harry knocks on the door, there is a series of loud noises and cries inside, things falling to the ground and Hagrid yelling,
"Back, Fang, back!"
Suddenly, the door opens and there is Hagrid's big, hairy face.
Just a second, Harry. Back, Fang!
Hagrid finally opens the door and lets them in. He is trying to control an enormous black dog. The house is very small. There is only one room, and in the corner there is a huge bed where Hagrid sleeps. There is a pot boiling on an open fire in the fireplace.
"Make yourselves at home,"
says Hagrid. He lets Fang go, and he runs and jumps on Hermione and begins licking her. Like Hagrid, Fang is not as scary as he looks. "Hagrid, this is Ron," says Harry.
"Another Weasley, eh?"
says Hagrid, looking at Ron's red hair and freckles.
"I spend half my life chasing your brothers away from the Forbidden Forest."
Ron has an embarrassed look on his face.
"And this is Hermione,"
Harry continues.
"I see you love animals,"
says Hagrid. Fang, his ferocious dog, is sitting on the couch with his huge head on her lap.
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
The cakes that Hagrid has prepared for everyone are like round blobs, and the raisins are so hard they almost break their teeth. Fang drools on Hermione's new robes. They all talk about the first week of school. Harry is especially happy that Hagrid calls the school's caretaker, Argus Filch, a stinkpot.
And I really hate his cat, Mrs. Norris. I'd like to introduce Fang to her one day. Filch makes his cat follow me every time I go on to campus,
says Hagrid angrily. When Harry and Ron talk about Snape's class, Hagrid tells them not to worry, that Snape doesn't like any of his students anyway.
But he seems to really hate me, says Harry.
Don't be silly, Harry,
says Hagrid.
Why would he hate you?
Hagrid says this in a strange way. It seems to Harry that Hagrid does not want to look him in the eye.
How's your brother Charlie?
Hagrid asks Ron.
I liked him a lot while he was here at Hogwarts.
Harry wonders if Hagrid has changed the subject on purpose. Ron and Hagrid chat about Charlie, and Hermione pets Fang, who is making loud, rumbling noises of pleasure. Harry picks up a piece of paper that is on the table. It is a news story from the newspaper The Daily Prophet.
Latest news. Attempted robbery at Gringotts Bank. Investigations continue to try to find the criminals responsible for the attempted robbery of Gringotts Bank on July 31st. Investigators believe that dark wizards and witches are responsible, but no one has been identified. The goblins at Gringotts insist that nothing has been taken. The vault that was broken into was already empty.
Harry remembers Ron telling him something about the robbery on the train, but Harry had forgotten all about it.
Hagrid,
says Harry,
the break-in at Gringotts happened on my birthday. It could have happened while we were there.
This time, Harry is certain. Hagrid does not look Harry in the eyes. He makes a strange sound and tries to ignore Harry. As they walk back to the castle after their visit with Hagrid, there are many unanswered questions in Harry's head. They went to Gringotts on his birthday, and Hagrid removed the package from Vault 713. Were the thieves looking for that package? Did Hagrid remove the package just in time? Where is the package now? And most importantly, does Hagrid know something about Snape that he does not want to tell Harry? Chapter 9. The Midnight Duel. On the day Harry learns that his flying lessons will begin, he also learns Draco Malfoy will be in his class.
I can't believe it, Harry complains. I'm going to make a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Malfoy.
You don't know that, Harry,
says Ron.
Malfoy says he's so good at Quidditch, but I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice.
But, like Harry, there are other children who are nervous about learning to fly. Neville Longbottom has never been on a broomstick in his life, mainly because he always has accidents. And Hermione is almost as nervous as Neville. Flying on a broomstick is something that she cannot learn from a book. But of course she has tried. Later that afternoon, they have their first lesson
in a large grass field near the Forbidden Forest. On the ground there are 20 broomsticks, lying in perfect lines in the grass. The older students from Gryffindor say that the school brooms are not very good. They say that they vibrate if you fly too high, or they always fly a little to the left. Their flying teacher is Madame Hooch. She is short with gray hair and yellow eyes.
Well, what are you all waiting for?
She barks.
Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Come on, hurry up.
Harry looks down at his broomstick. It is very old, and it looks very uncomfortable and very unsafe.
Hold your right hand over your broom and say, up,
yells Madame Hooch.
Up, up, up,
everyone shouts. Harry's broom jumps into his hand immediately. But this does not happen with the other students. Hermione's broom just rolls over on the ground, and Neville's broom does not move at all. Maybe brooms know when you are scared, Harry thinks. Neville's voice sounds like he is terrified, and he wants to keep his feet on the ground. Madame Hooch then shows them how to get on their brooms and sit without falling off. She walks down the line of children and corrects how they are holding the brooms. Harry and Ron are very happy when she tells Malfoy that he has been doing it incorrectly for years.
Now,
yells Madame Hooch,
when I blow my whistle, push hard off the ground with your feet. Keep your broom steady, rise a meter or so, and then come back down by leaning forward a little bit. 3, 2.
But Neville, because he is so nervous, pushes very hard with his feet before Madame Hooch blows the whistle.
Come back, boy,
she shouts. But Neville is rising straight up into the air like a cork from a champagne bottle. 5 meters, 10 meters. Harry can see Neville's terrified face looking down. Neville screams in fear, slips over the side of his broom, and Neville is lying on his face in the grass, and his broomstick flies off by itself into the Forbidden Forest. Madame Hooch is standing over Neville.
Broken wrist,
she says quietly.
Come on, boy, it's all right. Up you go.
Madame Hooch helps Neville up and says to the whole class,
None of you move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. Leave the broomsticks on the ground, or you will be expelled from Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Let's go, dear.
As she walks away with Neville, the children notice something shining and sparkling in the grass where Neville has fallen. It is Neville's Remember-All, a shiny, round glass ball that helps you remember things. It is a gift Neville has received from his grandmother. Malfoy runs over to the object and picks it up.
It's that stupid thing Longbottom's grandmother sent him,
laughs Malfoy.
Give that to me, Malfoy,
says Harry quietly. Everyone stops talking and watches what is about to happen. Malfoy has a cruel smile on his face.
I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up in a tree?
Says Malfoy.
Give it here,
yells Harry.
But Malfoy jumps on his broomstick and flies away. He is not lying. He knows how to fly well. High above, Malfoy calls out,
"Come and get it, Potter."
Harry picks up his broom.
"No!"
shouts Hermione Granger.
"Madam Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all in trouble."
Harry ignores her. He jumps onto his broom and kicks hard against the ground. He flies high into the air. He realizes with great joy that he is naturally good at flying. It is easy and wonderful. He leans back on the broomstick and flies higher into the sky. He can hear the screams and gasps of the children on the ground, and he hears Ron shout in admiration,
"Go get him, Harry!"
Harry turns his broomstick to face Malfoy in mid-air. Malfoy is not expecting any of this. He is in shock.
"Give me Neville's Remember-All,"
yells Harry,
"or I'll knock you off your broom."
Malfoy begins to look a little worried.
"Oh, yeah?"
he answers.
"Come and get it."
Harry does not know how he knows, but he knows what to do. He leans forward and shoots towards Malfoy like a bullet. Malfoy manages to move out of the way just in time.
"Crabbe and Goyle aren't up here to save you, Malfoy,"
yells Harry as he turns around to face Malfoy again.
"Come on, Potter,"
yells Malfoy.
"Catch it if you can."
He throws the glass ball high into the air and turns quickly and flies back down to the ground. Harry sees the ball rise high into the air and then start to fall back to the ground. He leans forward and points his broom down. He begins to move faster and faster, racing the ball as it falls. The wind is whistling in his ears as he dives down. The children below are yelling and cheering in support. He reaches out his hand, and just before he crashes into the ground, he catches the ball and pulls up on the broomstick and lands softly in the grass. He is holding Neville's Remember-All safely in his hand.
"Harry Potter!"
It is Professor McGonagall. She is coming towards them quickly. Harry gets to his feet. He is terrified of what Professor McGonagall will do to him.
"I have never, in all my time here at Hogwarts, seen such disobedience from first-year students. You might have broken your neck."
Professor McGonagall is very angry.
"Follow me, Potter, right now." "I'm going to be expelled,"
Harry thinks.
"I just know it."
He wants to say something to defend himself, but he cannot find his voice. He has not been at Hogwarts for 2 weeks, and he is now going to have to return to live with the Dursleys. Professor McGonagall does not say a word as she enters the school. Harry follows her miserably as they walk down a long corridor and stop in front of a classroom. Professor McGonagall opens the door.
"Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. I need to borrow Oliver Wood for a moment."
A confused boy comes out of the room. He is an older boy from the 5th year.
"Come with me, Wood. You too, Potter."
They follow Professor McGonagall as she walks quickly down the corridor and enters an empty classroom.
"Potter, this is Oliver Wood."
Wood, I've found you a seeker. The confused look on Wood's face changes to happiness. Are you serious, Professor? Says Wood. Absolutely, she answers. The boy is a natural. I have never seen anything like it. Wood's captain of the Gryffindor team, Professor McGonagall explains. Was that your first time on a broom, Potter? Harry does not have a clue what is happening, but he nods his head yes. He is the perfect size for a seeker. Light, fast, Wood says excitedly. We'll have to get him a decent broom, Professor. A Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7. Have you ever seen a game of Quidditch, Potter? Harry shakes his head. No, that doesn't matter. If what Professor McGonagall says is true, you might be the perfect person to help us end Gryffindor's losing streak. It's about time we take back the cup from Slytherin. Professor McGonagall looks at Harry very sternly. I want you to train very hard, Potter, or I might still punish you for your disobedience today. Then she suddenly smiles. Your father would have been proud of you. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself, you know, she says. Now, get back to your house. We'll talk later. Harry, still confused but excited, heads back to Gryffindor. Later that night, during dinner, Harry tells Ron and the other children of Gryffindor about his encounter with Professor McGonagall. It is hard for them to believe it. Even Harry has difficulty believing what is happening, but Wood confirms the incredible news when he comes by the table and talks to Harry again. You start training next week, Potter. You'll be the youngest seeker in a century at Hogwarts. See you next week. Ron is so impressed and amazed, he just sits there with his mouth open. Then Malfoy appears. Crabbe and Goyle stand next to him like stone columns. Is this your last meal before you get expelled, Potter? Says Malfoy with a cruel smile on his face. I hope you enjoy life with the Muggles again. He laughs at his own meanness. You're very brave, now that you are on the ground with your little friends with you, says Harry, with more confidence than he feels. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle are not little at all. I can fight you any time, Potter, says Malfoy. How about tonight? A wizard's duel. Wands only, no physical contact. What's the matter? You've never heard of a wizard's duel? Of course he has, answers Ron in Harry's defense. Harry accepts, and I'll be his second. Malfoy smiles and looks at the two boys beside him. Crabbe's my second. Tonight then, at midnight, in the trophy room. Malfoy looks at Harry with a mean face. Don't be late, coward, he says, and walks away with Crabbe and Goyle on each side. You can't have a wizard's duel with Malfoy tonight, says Hermione, who has been listening to the conversation. You'll be caught, and you'll get us all in trouble again. I don't even know what a wizard's duel is, says Harry, confused. And what's a second, Ron? Well, as your second, answers Ron, if you die in the duel, I take over. It's a normal practice in the wizarding world. But don't worry, I don't think either of you know enough magic to really hurt each other.
Just a bunch of noise and smoke, probably.
Later that night, Harry is nervous about his duel with Malfoy. But he gets out of bed, picks up his wand, and he and Ron leave the Gryffindor common room as quietly as they can. Before they can exit through the painting in the corridor, there is a voice from one of the chairs.
I can't believe you're going to do this, Harry.
It is Hermione Granger.
You,
says Ron angrily.
Go back to bed. I'm coming too.
It is Neville Longbottom, who wakes up when he hears all the talking. Harry does not want anyone to get in trouble, but he is relieved that he will not face Malfoy alone. The small group leaves the common room and heads down the corridor to the trophy room. Hermione continues to complain about Gryffindor losing points, and Neville walks into a wall in the dark corridor. At every corner, the children expect to see Filch or his cat, Mrs. Norris, but they are lucky. They finally arrive at the trophy room safely, but the trophy room is empty. Malfoy and Crabbe are not there. The minutes pass, but Malfoy does not come.
Maybe he's afraid,
says Ron, hopefully. Suddenly, they hear a voice from the next room. It is not Malfoy. It is Filch talking to his cat.
Can you smell them? They are in here somewhere, for sure. They are probably hiding.
Malfoy has tricked them. He has told Filch that Harry will be waiting in the trophy room. Harry does not wait to be captured.
Follow me,
he whispers, and they run silently toward another door, away from Filch's voice. Neville, in complete terror, crashes into a suit of armor that is in the trophy room. The sound is loud enough to wake all of Hogwarts.
Run!
Yells Harry. They run as fast as they can. They do not look back to see if Filch is following them. They have no idea where they are going until they come to the end of a corridor. There is a locked door. They can hear footsteps approaching them. It must be Filch.
I know a spell to unlock doors,
says Hermione. Hermione touches her wand to the lock on the door and says,
Alohomora.
The lock clicks, and they run through the door. They wait quietly on the other side, listening. They can hear Filch talking to Mrs. Norris.
There's no one in this corridor, and the door is locked. They must have gone down another corridor, my love. Let's go.
They can hear Filch's footsteps move in the opposite direction.
I think we're safe now, says Harry. What is it, Neville? Stop pulling on my robe.
Harry turns around and sees quite clearly why Neville is trying to get Harry's attention. This night has turned into a nightmare. They are not in a room at all. They are in a corridor, the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. And now they know why it is prohibited to come here. They are looking straight into the eyes of a giant dog. A dog that fills the whole space between the floor and the ceiling. The monstrous dog has 3 heads. Looking at the children are 3 pairs of huge eyes, 3 wet noses, and 3 drooling mouths with saliva hanging down like ropes from giant yellow teeth. The monster is standing perfectly still, just looking at them. And the only reason they are not dead already is that the children surprised the dog. But the dog is recovering quickly from its surprise. Harry reaches desperately for the doorknob and turns it. If he has a choice between Filch and being eaten by a dog, he will take Filch. They all run through the door, and Harry shuts it quickly behind them. Luckily, Filch is not there anymore. They run back to Gryffindor as fast as their feet can take them, until they are standing in front of the painting of the fat lady that covers the secret entrance. Now, safe inside the Gryffindor common room, Hermione says,
"Did anyone use their eyes in that corridor?"
All the children look at her, confused.
"I used my eyes, and all I saw was a giant dog,"
says Harry.
"Didn't you see what it was standing on?"
"The floor," answers Ron.
"No, not the floor. It was standing on a trap door. It's obviously guarding something. This night has been too much for me. I'm going to bed."
All the children agree that the night has been a very exciting one, and as Harry is lying in his bed, he has a lot to think about. The dog was guarding something. Could the dog be hiding something important? Like a package that someone wanted to steal from Gringotts? Hagrid had told Harry the only place safer than Gringotts was Hogwarts. It looks like Harry has discovered where that little package from Vault 713 is. Chapter 10. Halloween. Harry continues to focus on his lessons the next few days, and also on the mystery of the package from Vault 713. Then, one day while having lunch in the Great Hall, hundreds of owls fly in carrying letters for their owners. Several of the owls are flying in a group, holding a long object in their talons. They fly towards Harry and drop the object onto the table in front of him. The object is long and slim and wrapped in brown paper. It is obviously a broomstick. There is a letter attached to the object. It reads,
"Do not open this at the table. It is a Nimbus 2000, and I don't want all the other first-year students to know that you have one, or else they will all want one too. Oliver Wood will meet you on the Quidditch field tonight at 7 o'clock for your first training session. Professor M. McGonagall."
Ron and the children nearby all look at the broomstick in amazement. Later that afternoon, Harry opens the package in his room.
"A Nimbus 2000,
says Ron, who is very jealous because he knows he will only get one of his older brother's broomsticks.
"I've never seen one before."
The broomstick is beautiful. It is long and thin, and it looks very fast. They all talk excitedly about flying on their broomsticks, and they can't wait to see Harry fly on his. As 7 o'clock approaches, Harry leaves the castle and runs towards the Quidditch field. Inside the stadium, there are rows and rows of seats. The rows of seats go high into the air, so all the spectators can see what is going on during the games. At each end of the field, there are 3 tall poles with round hoops at the top. Harry thinks they look like giant sticks that children use to blow soap bubbles. While he is waiting for Wood to arrive, Harry decides to try out his new broomstick. He gets on and kicks off the ground. What a feeling! He soars up high into the sky and flies back and forth through the hoops. The broomstick responds perfectly to all his movements. Then Harry hears a shout from below. "Hey, Potter, come down!" Oliver Wood is there waiting for him. He is carrying a large wooden box. When Harry gets down, Oliver says, "McGonagall was right about you. You are a natural. I'll just teach you the rules tonight. Then you can begin to practice 3 times a week with the team." Quidditch is easy to understand, really. There are 7 players on each side. There are 3 chasers, 1 keeper, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker. Harry looks confused when he hears all these new words, but he repeats them diligently so he can memorize them quickly. Then Wood opens the large box. There are 4 balls of different sizes inside the box. "This ball is called the quaffle," says Wood. "It is made of red leather and is about the size of a normal football. The chasers throw the quaffle to each other and try to throw it through one of the hoops to score a goal. You get 10 points every time the quaffle goes through one of the hoops." That's kind of like basketball, Harry thinks to himself. He understands basketball well enough. "Now, the keeper," continues Wood. "I'm the keeper for Gryffindor. I have to defend the hoops from the other team's chasers. I make sure no one scores on us." "Okay," thinks Harry. "The keeper keeps the quaffle from going through the hoops. Got it." "What are the other balls for?" asks Harry. "I'll show you," says Wood. "Here, take this." He gives Harry a small stick, like a short baseball bat. Then he shows Harry 2 identical balls. They are black and a little smaller than the quaffle. These 2 balls are called bludgers. Harry notices the bludgers seem to be moving and trying to escape from the box. But there are strong straps that are holding the balls down. "Stand back," warns Wood. He unstraps one of the bludgers, and it zooms high into the air and then speeds straight at Harry's face. Harry swings the bat to protect himself, and the ball flies away into the air in crazy zigzags. It turns quickly back towards Wood and flies right at his face, but Wood is able to catch it and hold it on the ground. "The bludgers," says Wood, having difficulty holding the ball down, "fly around and try to knock players off their brooms. The beaters protect the other players from the bludgers. The Weasley twins are the beaters on our team." Harry looks worried. Wood has a bit of difficulty putting the bludger back into the box.
Have the bludgers ever killed anyone?" Harry asks.
"There have been a bunch of bruises and a couple of broken noses, but nothing serious at Hogwarts. Last of all is the Seeker. That's you. You don't have to worry about the quaffle or the bludgers." He reaches into the box and takes out the fourth and last ball. It is about the size of a squash ball. It is bright gold and has little wings that are flapping up and down rapidly. "This," says Wood, "is the golden snitch. It's the most important ball of all. It's hard to catch because it's so fast and difficult to see. It's the seeker's job, your job, to catch it. Your main objective is to get it before the other team's seeker does. The team who catches it wins 150 points, and the game only ends when someone catches the snitch. Any questions, Potter?" Harry shakes his head no. "We won't practice with the snitch yet," says Wood as he puts it back in the box. "We'll start with a few of these first." He takes some ordinary golf balls from his pocket. A few moments later, Harry and Wood fly up into the air. Wood throws the golf balls as hard as he can, one at a time, in every direction, so Harry can try to catch them. Harry does not miss a single golf ball. Wood is very excited. They practice until it becomes too dark to see the golf balls. "We'll win the Quidditch Cup for sure with you on our team," yells Wood as they descend to the ground. Wood puts the golf balls into his pocket, picks up the box, and they head back to the castle. Harry feels very content. For once in his life, he has discovered something that he is good at. Time passes at Hogwarts. Harry has been so busy with Quidditch practice and classes and homework that he does not realize that he has already been at the school for 2 months. The castle feels more like a home to him than Privet Drive ever did. His lessons are becoming more interesting, too, now that he understands the basics. On Halloween Day, all the children in Professor Flitwick's Charms class finally get to practice making objects fly. They are very excited about this opportunity. Everyone except Ron. He has to work with Hermione. They do not seem to get along very well. And Harry has to work with Neville. Harry is a little scared about this partnership. Professor Flitwick warns the children to pronounce the magic words correctly, and he warns them to use the correct movements of their magic wands. If they do not, tragic things might happen. It is very difficult for the children. It is their first time trying this kind of magic, after all. Harry moves his wand back and forth in the air, but he is not able to make his feather move. Neville is so erratic with his movements and words that he sets his feather on fire, and Harry has to put it out with his hat. The day does not begin very well for either of them. Ron is not having much luck either.
"Wingardium Leviosa!"
he shouts, and he waves his wand in a large circle in the air.
"You're saying it wrong,"
says Hermione in an impatient voice.
"It's Wingardium Leviosa. You emphasize the ga."
"You do it then, if you think you're so smart," says Ron angrily. Hermione rolls up the sleeves of her robes, moves her wand quickly in the air, and says,
"Wingardium Leviosa."
The feather rises off the table and floats about 1 meter above their heads. All the children cheer for Hermione. Ron is in a bad mood for the rest of the class.
It's no surprise that no one likes to be around her,
Ron says to Harry as they are leaving the class.
She's a nightmare.
Hermione passes by at that very moment. Ron and Harry can see that she is crying.
I think she heard you, Ron,
says Harry. Ron looks a little uncomfortable. Hermione does not come to the next class, and Ron and Harry do not see her all afternoon. Later that night, as they are walking to the Great Hall for the Halloween party, Ron overhears another student talking about Hermione.
I saw her earlier in the girls' bathroom. She was crying so much. She wouldn't tell me what was wrong.
Ron now feels even more uncomfortable. The children sit at the long tables in the Great Hall. Suddenly, all the empty plates are full of delicious food, and the empty cups are full of cool water and sweet juice. The Halloween festivities are about to begin. Harry is about to eat a giant spoonful of mashed potatoes when Professor Quirrell comes running into the hall. His turban is almost falling off, and he has a terrified look on his face. Professor Quirrell runs to the high table where Dumbledore is sitting and yells, "There's a troll in the dungeons!" And then he falls to the floor completely unconscious. There is total chaos. The children scream in fear. The teachers run up and down the aisles between the tables to try to calm the children. Professor Dumbledore has to set off exploding fireworks from his wand to quiet the children.
"Prefects," he says in a stern voice, "take your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Quickly now."
Percy and all the other prefects call their children. "Follow me. Stay together, first years. You do not need to be afraid of the troll if you do what I say. Stay behind me now. Let's go." Percy moves through the confusion with all the Gryffindor children behind him.
How could a troll get in?
Harry asks as they go up the stairs to the Gryffindor common room.
Don't ask me,
answers Ron.
Aren't they supposed to be really stupid? Maybe one of the ghosts let it in.
The Gryffindor children pass different groups of children hurrying in all different directions. As they pass through a crowded corridor, Harry suddenly remembers.
Ron! Hermione!
What about Hermione?
Answers Ron.
She's still in the girls' bathroom. She doesn't know about the troll.
Ron looks at Harry with shock on his face. He knows what they must do, but he is afraid to do it.
Oh, all right, he says. But we can't tell Percy. He would turn us into frogs if he found out.
Carefully and quietly, Harry and Ron turn around in the chaos and run in the other direction towards the girls' bathroom. They run down a deserted corridor, and suddenly they hear the sound of footsteps behind them. They hide behind a large statue and wait. They think it must be Percy, but it is not Percy. It is Snape. He turns down the corridor and disappears around a corner.
What is Snape doing here? Asks Harry. Why isn't he in the dungeons helping the other teachers?
As quietly as possible, they follow Snape down the corridor.
He's going to the 3rd floor,
says Harry in surprise. Ron suddenly puts a hand on Harry's shoulder, stopping him.
Can you smell something?
Ron asks. Harry sniffs, and he smells a terrible smell. It is a mixture of old socks and dirty toilets. And then they hear it, a low grunting sound like a giant pig, and the sound of very heavy footsteps. Ron points. At the end of the corridor, there is something huge moving towards them. They hide in the shadows. The thing moves into the moonlight from a window. It is a horrible creature. It is almost 4 meters tall. Its skin is a sick gray color. There are lumps all over its body like blisters. It has a small head like a coconut on its shoulders. Its legs are short and as thick as tree trunks. The smell coming from the creature is incredible. It is holding a large wooden club in its long arms. The troll stops next to a doorway and looks inside. Then it slowly enters the room and closes the door behind it.
"Oh no,"
says Ron. His face is as white as paper.
"The troll went into the girls' bathroom. Hermione is in there."
Harry shouts in desperation. They look at each other with fear in their eyes. They know they have no choice. They run to the bathroom door, throw it open, and jump inside. Hermione Granger is on the floor against the opposite wall. The look on her face is complete terror. The troll slowly moves towards her. It breaks all the sinks along the wall with its large club. Water begins to spray everywhere.
"We have to confuse it,"
Harry tells Ron. Harry picks up a broken piece of sink and throws it against the wall next to the troll's head. The troll has a shocked look on its face. It turns around and sees Harry. It roars, a wild, terrifying roar. It begins to move towards Harry. Then Ron acts. He takes a metal pipe and throws it at the troll from the other side of the room. The pipe hits the troll on the back. It turns the other way and sees Ron. Now it is in total confusion. It roars again. It raises its huge club to hit Ron.
"Hermione,"
Harry yells.
"Get up! Move! Get out of the bathroom!"
Hermione cannot move. She is frozen with fear. Harry then does something that is very courageous and very stupid. He runs as fast as he can and jumps as high as he can and lands on the troll's back. He throws his arms around the troll's neck. By pure luck, Harry's wand is in his hand when he puts his arms around the troll's neck. The wand goes straight up into the troll's nose. Trolls are large and strong, but a sharp stick stuck far up into its nose will get its attention. The troll howls in pain and spins and twirls around and around. Its club breaks all the walls and the ceiling of the bathroom. Now the club is moving towards Hermione. Ron reacts without thinking. He waves his wand quickly in the air and says in a loud voice, "Wingardium Leviosa!" The club
suddenly flies out of the troll's hand, rises high into the air, and falls down with a loud crack right on top of its head. The troll's eyes begin to roll in its head. Then it begins to fall forward. Harry jumps off just before the troll hits the ground with its face. The whole room shakes. Harry is shaking and confused. Ron is standing near the door. His wand is still raised in the air. He cannot believe what he has done. Hermione has a look of amazement on her face.
Is it dead?
She asks.
I don't think so, answers Harry. I think we just knocked it out.
Harry takes his wand and pulls it out of the troll's nose. It is covered in disgusting gray slime, like glue.
Yuck! Troll boogers!
He cleans the wand on the troll's pants. There is a sudden sound from outside the bathroom, and the sound of many footsteps coming towards them. A moment later, Professor McGonagall comes into the bathroom. Behind her is Snape and then Quirrell. Quirrell looks at the troll, turns around, and almost vomits into one of the broken toilets. Professor McGonagall looks at Ron with white anger in her face. Harry thinks there is no way they will win any points for this victory.
What on earth were you thinking of?
Asks Professor McGonagall as she looks at Harry and Ron.
Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me.
It is Hermione. She finally gets up off the floor. She is still shaking in fear.
I went to look for the troll myself,
she continues.
I thought I could defeat it alone.
Ron and Harry look at each other in amazement. Hermione is telling an obvious lie to the teacher.
If they hadn't found me, I would be dead right now. Harry stuck his wand up the troll's nose, and Ron cast a spell to knock its club out of its hand. There was no time for them to find anyone to help.
She continues the lie.
Well, in that case,
says Professor McGonagall, looking at the three children,
Miss Granger, you are a foolish girl. Did you really think you could defeat a mountain troll by yourself?
Hermione looks embarrassed. Harry can't believe what is happening. Hermione is the last person in the world to tell a lie.
Miss Granger, continues Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor will lose 5 points because of your actions. If you are not hurt, you may return to your common room.
She turns to look at Harry and Ron.
You two are very lucky. An adult mountain troll is difficult to destroy, even for an experienced witch or wizard. You each win, Gryffindor, 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed. You may all go now.
They all run quickly from the room. They finally arrive at the secret entrance to House Gryffindor. They say the magic words and pass the fat woman in the painting. Before going to their separate common rooms, the three of them look at each other, embarrassed.
Thanks,
they all say at the same time. Then Harry and Ron run to the boys' side, and Hermione walks quickly to the girls' side.
From that moment on, the three of them become fast friends, because there are some things that you do that bring you together and make a friendship strong, especially defeating a 4-meter-tall adult mountain troll in a girl's bathroom at Hogwarts. Chapter 11. Quidditch. As the days pass, the weather becomes cold. It is November. Quidditch season has begun. Harry has been training very hard. On Saturday, he is going to play his first game. Gryffindor will be playing Slytherin. If Gryffindor wins, they will be in second place in the House Championship. Harry is glad that he and Hermione are good friends now. He has very little time during the week to study because of all the extra Quidditch training he has been doing, and she helps him a lot with his homework. But Harry is having difficulty finishing his homework for Snape's class, and the last thing he wants is for Snape to hate him even more. Harry decides he will try to talk to Snape and explain why he is late turning in his homework. Harry decides to go to the teacher's lounge to talk to Snape. Hopefully he will be nicer to Harry if there are other teachers around. "Good luck," says Ron, who is relaxing in the common room with him. "You're going to need it." Harry goes down to the teacher's lounge and knocks on the door. No one answers. He knocks again. Nothing. Harry thinks it is strange that there are no teachers in the teacher's lounge. It is always full of teachers between classes. He pushes the door open just a little bit and looks inside. Snape is in the room, and he is with Filch. Snape is sitting on a chair and holding his leg out. It is injured and bloody. Filch is putting bandages around it.
"I can't believe he bit me," Snape is saying. "How are you supposed to look at all 3 heads at the same time?"
Harry tries to shut the door quietly, but
"Potter!"
Snape's face has an angry look on it as he stands up quickly to hide his leg. Harry is terrified. "I just wondered if I could talk to you about my homework."
"Get out! Out!"
When Harry returns to the common room, he tells Ron and Hermione what he has seen. "You know what that means?" says Harry. "Snape had an encounter with the 3-headed dog on Halloween. That's where he was going when we saw him, to try to get through the trap door under the dog. And he probably let the troll in too, to make a diversion," says Ron. "I wonder what the dog is hiding," asks Harry before they all go to sleep for the night. That night, Harry can't sleep. It's not because Neville is snoring. It's because he has so many questions flying around inside his head. He needs to sleep because his first Quidditch game is in a few hours. But Harry can't forget the look on Snape's face when he saw his leg. Finally, Harry is able to fall asleep. He does not sleep well at all. The next morning is bright and cold. The whole school is excited about the Quidditch match today. And by 11 o'clock, the stadium is full of students and teachers. Many students have binoculars to be able to see all the exciting moments of the match. Ron, Hermione, and Neville find seats on the top row of the stands. They have an amazing view of the whole field. Finally, the two teams come out of the locker rooms and onto the field. The stadium is filled with loud cheers and whistles. Madam Hooch is refereeing. She is considered one of the strictest refs in the sport. She stands in the middle of the field, waiting for the two teams to form around her. She is holding her broom in her hand. As Harry stands on the field with his team, he feels very nervous about his first game. The players on the other team look very big and strong. The Slytherin captain looks like he has some troll blood in him. But he can see his friends high in the stands. They are cheering for him. This gives him more confidence.
Now,
Madam Hooch screams,
I want a fair game from all of you.
Harry notices that she is speaking more to the Slytherin captain than to Gryffindor's captain.
Mount your broomsticks, please,
Madam Hooch continues. Harry climbs onto his Nimbus 2000.
Wait for my whistle,
screams Madam Hooch. Then she puts a shiny silver whistle into her mouth and blows hard. The players rise high into the air on their brooms. The game has begun.
And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser she is!
The commentator of the game shouts,
Oh no! Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint steals the quaffle. Off he goes, Flint flying like an eagle up there. It looks good for Flint. He goes for a goal and what a save by Gryffindor keeper Oliver Wood. Gryffindor takes control.
The game goes back and forth. First, Gryffindor has control, then Slytherin takes the quaffle. The Weasley twins work together to cause chaos with the bludgers until
Angelina Johnson is back in control of the quaffle. There's a clear field ahead of her. Off she goes, like a speeding bullet. Wow, that was close, almost caught by a bludger. She's heading towards the goalposts. Slytherin keeper Bletchley makes a move to block. Misses! Gryffindor scores!
The stadium erupts in cheers for Gryffindor and boos from Slytherin. Suddenly, Hagrid appears in the stands next to Ron and the other children from Gryffindor. "Make some room for me, would you?" yells Hagrid. The children squeeze closer to make some space. "There's no sign of the snitch yet, is there?"
Not yet,
answers Ron.
There's not much for Harry to do until it appears.
Hagrid takes out some binoculars and focuses on Harry.
"He's keeping out of trouble for now, and that's good,"
says Hagrid. High above them, Harry is sitting on his broom. He is watching the development of the game and keeping an eye out for the snitch. This is part of Oliver Wood's game plan. "Keep out of the way until you see the snitch," Wood tells Harry before the game. "We don't want you attacked before you have to be." After Angelina's goal, Harry feels more confident, but he is still nervous. He can't see any sign of the snitch.
That was a close call. Potter is almost bludgeoned by the bludger,
yells the commentator.
Now Slytherin are in possession of the quaffle. The Weasley chasers are chasing, but it looks like they might be too late. Wait a minute. Is that the snitch?
Harry sees it. Full of excitement, he dives down like a flash of lightning, straight towards the snitch. But Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, has also seen it too. The race is on. All the other players on the teams appear to have forgotten about the game. They are all watching what is about to happen. Harry is faster than Higgs. He can see the little round ball and the flapping wings. It is just in front of him. He leans forward and gains some extra speed.
Oh no! Potter did not see that coming! The bludger has knocked him off course, and he has lost control. The snitch has escaped. It looks like Higgs has lost the snitch too. In all the confusion, what a match we have today, folks!
Suddenly, as Harry is dodging another bludger, it happens. He begins to lose control of his broom. It begins to move in erratic motions, up and down and side to side. He almost falls. He holds on tightly to the broom with both hands and both knees. He feels like he is gaining control again when...
What's going on with Potter? It looks like he has lost all control of his broomstick. He's zigzagging towards the Forbidden Forest. What on earth is going on? This is a great opportunity for Slytherin if Potter can't get back into the game.
What is Harry thinking?
asks Hagrid as he looks at Harry through his binoculars.
Has he lost control of his broom? How has that happened? That's a Nimbus 2000.
Suddenly, people all over the stands are pointing up at Harry. He is going higher and higher into the air. Now his broom is rolling over like a spinning wheel. The crowd gasps in surprise and fear.
The only thing that can interfere with a broomstick is dark magic,
says Hagrid seriously.
Especially a Nimbus 2000.
Hermione suddenly grabs Hagrid's binoculars from Hagrid's hands. She does not look up at Harry. She starts looking into the crowd.
What are you looking for? Harry's up there,
says Ron, confused.
I knew it,
yells Hermione.
Snape, look! I think he's cursing the broom. Look at his mouth moving. He's casting a dark spell on Harry's broom. What should we do?
asks Ron.
I know what to do,
says Hermione. Hermione runs quickly through the rows to the other side of the stands. In her rush, she accidentally pushes Professor Quirrell out of his seat. She finally arrives behind Snape's seat. She takes out her wand and whispers some words. Blue flames shoot from her wand onto the bottom of Snape's robes. They quickly begin to burn. Hermione looks up at Harry. Harry is hanging from his broom. He is about to fall. People begin to notice the flames on Snape's robes. Hermione runs quickly back to her seat. The flames are enough to distract Snape.
Look at that! What an amazing recovery! Potter is back on his broom and back in control. Look at him go! He's off! He's moving straight for the ground! He's going too fast! He's going to crash!
Just before he is about to crash into the ground, Harry suddenly pulls up on his broom. He jumps off his broom and rolls safely onto the grass. He is covering his mouth like he is going to vomit. He stands up and coughs. Something flies out of his mouth and into his hand.
I've got the snitch,
he shouts. He holds the snitch high above his head.
It's over, everyone! What an amazing turn of events! Potter has literally swallowed the snitch! What a historic moment in Quidditch! Gryffindor wins!
After the game, the Slytherin team files an official complaint to Madam Hooch. Technically, they say, Harry never caught the snitch, he swallowed it. But Madam Hooch ignores the complaint. Gryffindor is named winner and is now in second place. But Harry hears none of this. He and Ron and Hermione are at Hagrid's house, enjoying a cup of strong tea.
It was Snape,
Ron explains to Harry.
Hermione saw him cursing your broomstick. He never took his eyes off you the whole time.
Hagrid protests.
That's nonsense, Weasley. Why would Snape try to hurt Harry?
Harry decides to tell Hagrid the truth.
I discovered something about Snape, he tells Hagrid. He tried to go past the three-headed dog and get through the trap door. It happened on Halloween. The dog bit him. I heard him talk about it. We think he was trying to steal whatever the dog is guarding.
Hagrid drops his teacup.
How do you know about Fluffy?
He asks in surprise.
Fluffy?
Says Harry.
Yeah,
continues Hagrid.
Fluffy's mine. I lent him to Dumbledore so he could guard the...
Harry looks at Hagrid with anticipation.
Guard the what?
He asks.
Oh, I shouldn't have opened my big mouth. Don't ask me any more questions about anything,
says Hagrid, angry at himself.
It's all very top secret, you know.
But Snape is trying to steal it,
says Harry.
I'm telling you, you're all wrong, yells Hagrid. Snape would never do anything to hurt a student. Now, stop asking questions. Forget about Fluffy and the trapdoor. And anyway, all of that is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel.
Hagrid stops talking suddenly.
Aha, says Harry. So, there is more to this story. Hagrid, who is Nicholas Flamel?
Hagrid is furious with himself. Chapter 12. The Mirror of Erised. Christmas is almost here. Most of the students will be going home for the holiday season to be with their families, but some students must stay at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall provides a list for the students who will be staying. Harry signs the list immediately. He does not want to spend the holidays at Privet Drive. It's true that Harry will not be spending Christmas with his family, but he does not feel sorry for himself at all. Harry thinks this will be the best Christmas ever. Ron will be staying, and his brothers will be staying too. His parents are traveling to see his older brother in Romania. Hermione will also be staying. So Harry will not be alone during the holiday. He will be with his friends. Since their last meeting with Hagrid, the children have been looking for any information about Nicholas Flamel. They have been looking in the library for books about him. Unfortunately, they have not found anything yet. After all, there are thousands and thousands of books in Hogwarts library. But there is one place they have not searched yet, the restricted section in the library. But in order to check out a book from the restricted area, you need special permission from a teacher. There are many advanced books about dark magic and defense against the dark arts. The children know they will never get permission from any teacher. But Harry goes into the restricted area anyway.
What are you looking for, boy?
It is Madam Prince, the librarian. She is as old as some of the ancient books in the library.
Nothing,
Harry says in surprise.
Then you had better leave. Now, get out.
Harry runs back to the Gryffindor common room. When Ron and Hermione join him later that day, he asks them if they have any luck searching for information about Flamel. Both of them shake their heads no. On Christmas Eve, Harry goes to bed thinking about the next morning, Christmas morning. He does not think he will get any presents. But when he wakes up early the next day, there are many gifts in a pile at the foot of his bed.
Oh, Merry Christmas,
says Ron, who is still almost asleep.
You too,
says Harry. He is excited to receive so many gifts. Harry and Ron bring their presents down to the common room so they can open them together with Hermione. Her presents are already there when the boys arrive.
Merry Christmas, Ron. Merry Christmas, Harry,
she says happily. The boys pile their presents next to hers, and they all begin to open their presents together. Harry gets a beautiful handmade wooden flute from Hagrid, and he also gets a warm hand-sewn sweater from Ron's mother.
She always makes a sweater for each of her children at Christmas,
says Ron.
But for some reason, the ones she makes for people who are not her children are much nicer than the ones she makes for her own children.
Ron holds up the sweater he got from his mother. It looks like it was made by a blind cat.
You still have one more present, Harry,
says Hermione. Harry picks up a small parcel. It is very light. He unwraps it. Something fluid and gray falls out of the wrapping onto the floor. Ron gasps in surprise.
Harry, you're so lucky. I've always wanted one of those.
Harry looks confused.
What is it?
He asks.
If it's what I think it is, it's very valuable,
answers Ron.
It's an invisibility cloak. Try it on.
Harry feels the material. It is shining and feels strange, almost like solid water. He puts the cloak around his shoulders, and Ron gives a satisfied yell.
It is an invisibility cloak.
Harry looks down at his body, but it is gone.
That's amazing, Harry,
yells Hermione. She feels a little jealous that Harry has such a powerful magic item. Harry runs to a mirror to look at himself. All he sees in the mirror is his head suspended in midair. His body is completely invisible. He pulls the cloak over his head and he disappears completely. There is no reflection of him at all in the mirror.
There's a note,
says Ron suddenly.
A note fell out of it.
Harry takes the cloak off and picks up the letter. The words are written in beautiful cursive.
Your father left this with me before he died. It now belongs to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you."
There is no signature on the note. Harry feels very strange. Who is the cloak from? Did the cloak really belong to his father?
"Harry, what's wrong?"
asks Ron.
"Nothing,"
says Harry. Before he can say anything else, Percy, Ron's brother and prefect of Gryffindor, comes in. "Come on, everyone, let's go. It's Christmas breakfast. Follow me." The children run after Percy. They are starving. This has been Harry's best Christmas day in his whole life. But something is still bothering him. As he is lying in bed, ready to sleep after a long Christmas day, he can't stop thinking about the invisibility cloak and the person who sent it to him. Harry sits up and reaches under the bed. He pulls out a box with the cloak in it. His father's cloak. This had been his father's cloak. The material feels smoother than silk and as light as air. "Use it well," the note says. He has to try it. He gets out of bed silently and wraps the cloak around himself. He looks down at his body, but he can only see the floor of his bedroom and the shadows from the moon. It feels very strange, but exciting. Use it well. Suddenly, Harry feels wide awake. If he wears this cloak, he thinks, he can have access to all of Hogwarts. He can go anywhere. He is filled with excitement at the idea. Harry sneaks out of his dormitory. He goes down the stairs, past the fat lady in the painting. "Who's there?" she yells, and then he moves quickly down the corridor. Where should he go? He stops for a moment and thinks. His heart is beating very fast in his chest. Of course, the restricted section in the library. Off he goes as quickly and as quietly as he can. The library is as dark as night, pitch black. Harry lights a lamp to help him find his way down the corridors full of books. The lamp looks like it is floating in midair. It makes Harry feel a little scared. He moves carefully towards the back of the library where the restricted section is. He raises his lamp so he can read the titles of the books. Flamel must be in here somewhere, he thinks. The titles of the books don't tell him very much. Many of them have words in foreign languages that he does not understand. Some don't have anything written on them at all. One book is covered with something that looks a lot like dried blood. He feels like the books are whispering to him, as if they know he should not be there. He does not know where to begin looking, so he chooses a heavy silver book and sits on the floor. He opens the book carefully. There is a loud, terrifying shriek that penetrates the silence. The book is screaming in protest. He shuts the book immediately, but the screaming does not stop. He tries to get up to run away, but he knocks over the lamp. He begins to panic. He does not know what to do. Then, suddenly, he hears footsteps coming quickly in his direction. He puts the heavy book back on the shelf and runs for the exit of the library. He passes Filch in the doorway. Filch is looking straight at him, right in his eyes. but he does not see Harry. Harry manages to pass Filch without being discovered. He can still hear the screaming behind him. He runs and runs until he finally stops. He listens for any footsteps that might be following him. He looks around him and he has no idea where he is. Then, suddenly, Harry hears voices.
You asked me to come to you if I found anyone in the corridors at night. Somebody was in the library in the restricted section.
It is Filch's voice. It is getting closer. Then he hears Snape's voice.
The restricted section, eh? Well, they can't be far away. We'll catch them.
Then Harry sees them come around the corner and walk towards him. There is an open doorway next to him. He enters the dark room. The voices pass by outside the room and move down the corridor. Finally, they disappear. Harry looks around him. The room looks like an unused classroom. The desks and chairs are pushed against the walls, but there is something in the room that does not look like it belongs there. Leaning against one of the walls is a large mirror. The mirror is magnificent. It is as tall as the ceiling. There is a beautiful gold frame around the mirror. It is standing on 2 feet with claws. There is an inscription above the mirror. It is carved into the wood of the frame. It reads, He steps in front of the mirror. He has to cover his mouth with his hands to stop himself from screaming. He turns around quickly and looks behind him. There is nothing behind him, but in the mirror he not only sees himself, but there is a whole crowd of people standing right behind his reflection. But the room is empty. He looks in the mirror again. He sees his own reflection, white-faced and scared. And there, behind him, are many people. Harry looks over his shoulder again. Still, no one is there. Or are all the people invisible too? He looks back at the mirror. There is a woman standing right behind his reflection. She is smiling and waving. Harry reaches a hand behind him, but he feels only air. The woman and the others only exist in the mirror. She is a very pretty woman. She has dark red hair, and her eyes are just like mine, Harry thinks. Her eyes are bright green. They are the same shape as Harry's eyes. Then he notices that she is crying. She is smiling, but she is also crying at the same time. There is a tall, thin, black-haired man standing next to her. His arm is around her shoulders. He wears glasses, and his hair is messy, just like Harry's hair.
"Mom?"
he whispers.
"Dad?"
They just look at him, smiling. Then Harry looks into the faces of the other people in the reflection. He sees other pairs of green eyes, like his. Their noses are like his nose. Even the little old lady looks like him. Then Harry realizes he is looking at his whole family for the first time in his life. They all smile and wave back at him. Harry feels great joy and deep sadness at the same time. He does not know how long he stands in front of the mirror. The reflections do not disappear. Then he hears a noise outside the room. He must get back to his dormitory, he thinks.
"I'll come back, Mother,"
he says. He looks one more time at his family, then he turns and runs from the room back to Gryffindor House. Later that morning, after everyone wakes up, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the mirror.
"I'm going back tonight," says Harry. "You should come. You can see all your family too."
Ron makes a face.
"I can see my family when I go home for summer vacation," he says. "Maybe the mirror only shows people who are dead."
Later that night, the three of them go off in search of the mirror. But Harry is worried he will not be able to find the mirror room again. With all of them under the invisibility cloak, they have to walk much slower. But they walk the corridors for a long time before...
"I'm freezing,"
says Hermione.
"Let's forget about it and go home,"
says Ron.
"No,"
Harry whispers.
"I know it's here somewhere."
Then suddenly Harry says,
"Here it is! I've found it!"
They push the door open and Harry takes the cloak off. He runs to the mirror. They are all there, his mother, his father, and the relatives he never knew.
"Can you see them?"
Harry asks quietly.
"See what?"
asks Ron in a whisper.
"I can't see anything,"
says Hermione, confused.
"Look again. Look at them all. There are so many people there,"
says Harry excitedly.
"I can only see you, Harry,"
says Ron.
"Come closer and look,"
Harry says. Harry moves to the side and Ron stands in front of the mirror. Harry and Hermione can only see the reflection of Ron in his pajamas. But Ron is staring straight into the mirror with an expression of joy and fear on his face.
"Can you see all your family around you?"
asks Harry.
"No, I'm alone. It's just me. But I look different. I'm older, I think. And I'm a head boy."
Ron smiles.
"What?"
asks Hermione.
"I'm holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm Quidditch captain too."
Ron looks excitedly at Harry and Hermione.
"Do you think the mirror shows the future?"
he asks.
"I don't think so. It only showed my family, and they are all dead,"
Harry says.
"Hermione, do you want to look?"
Ron asks.
"No, thank you,"
she answers. She looks at the mirror suspiciously.
"Let me look again,"
Harry says.
"You had all last night to look. I want to look a little longer,"
Ron says, a little angrily.
"I think we had better leave,"
Hermione whispers.
"This mirror is making you both crazy." "I want to see my parents again,"
Harry says, and he pushes Ron out of the way. There is a sudden noise outside the corridor. The children stop fighting and realize they are talking very loudly.
"Quick!"
Hermione throws the cloak over all of them just as Mrs. Norris walks silently into the room. The children stand perfectly still. Does the cloak work on cats? Harry thinks in terror. After a long time, the cat turns around and leaves the room. The children run back to Gryffindor as quickly and as quietly as they can. But Harry can only think of one thing, the mirror. The other children tell him he should not go back. He will get caught. But nothing will stop Harry from visiting the mirror again. And the next night, Harry sneaks out again. He finds the mirror room much more quickly this time. He looks at his reflection, and there are his father and mother smiling at him again. Harry sits on the floor and stares into the mirror. Suddenly,
"So, you're back again, eh, Harry?"
Harry feels like he has turned to ice. He looks behind him. Albus Dumbledore is sitting on one of the desks in the darkness. Harry must have walked right past him when he entered the room.
I didn't see you, sir.
It is interesting how being invisible can distract your attention,
Dumbledore says. Harry is relieved. Dumbledore is smiling.
"So I see you have discovered the wonders of the Mirror of Erised,"
Dumbledore says.
I didn't know it was called that, sir.
Dumbledore looks closely at Harry.
"But I imagine that by now you know what the mirror does?"
It shows my family,"
Harry responds.
"And it showed your friend Ron as head boy and Quidditch captain,"
continues Dumbledore.
"How did you know?"
Harry asks.
"I do not need a cloak to become invisible,"
says Dumbledore kindly.
"Now think, what does the Mirror of Erised show all of us?"
Harry thinks for a moment.
It shows us what we want to see.
Dumbledore smiles.
"Yes and no. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You have always wanted to see your family. Ronald Weasley has always wanted to be better than his brothers. But this mirror does not give us knowledge or truth. Men have died by wasting their lives staring into the mirror. They become entranced or have gone crazy. They do not know if the mirror shows them what is real or even what might be possible. The mirror will be moved tomorrow, Harry, and I ask that you not look for it again. If you do ever see it, you will now be prepared. Now, let's get back to bed."
Chapter 13. Nicholas Flamel. Harry takes Dumbledore's advice. He does not try to find the Mirror of Erised, and he does not use the invisibility cloak either. But Harry cannot forget what he has seen in the mirror. He starts having nightmares again. Over and over he dreams about his parents. He sees them disappearing in a flash of green light, and he hears that high, cruel laugh. Harry tries to forget about the mirror by focusing on discovering more about Nicholas Flamel. He and Ron and Hermione and Neville spend as much time as they can between classes searching in the library. But they have no luck at all. With Quidditch practice, Harry has even less time to devote to his investigation. Their next Quidditch game is against Slytherin. The whole school is excited to see the game. If Gryffindor wins, they move into first place in the house championship. Harry is already nervous, but during one practice, Oliver Wood, the team captain, gives the team some bad news. "I know the next game is going to be a difficult one, but I thought I would tell you this. Professor Snape will be refereeing the game."
The whole team complains loudly, but Harry is a bit worried. "We're going to have to play a clean game, guys. Snape is looking for any chance to take away points from Gryffindor," Wood continues. Harry might be worried about Snape being ref, but he has another reason he doesn't want Snape to be near him. The last game, Snape tried to knock him off his broomstick. When Harry tells his friends about Snape, they try to convince him not to play.
"Pretend you broke your leg,"
says Ron.
"Say you're sick,"
Hermione suggests.
"But I have to play," Harry says. "I'm the only seeker on the team. We don't have a backup seeker. The team is depending on me. If I don't play, Gryffindor will have to forfeit the game, and we will lose our position in the cup."
Harry is almost desperate. Ron feels sorry for Harry. He wants to try to cheer him up, so he gives Harry a piece of chocolate from the collectible wizard cards he received as a gift from his parents during Christmas. Harry takes the package and opens it. Inside is a delicious chocolate candy and a collectible wizard card. Harry has been collecting the cards since he arrived at Hogwarts. Harry looks at the card. It is Dumbledore.
"Here, Neville,"
Harry says, handing Neville the card.
"You can have this. I already have Dumbledore in my collect."
Harry looks at the card, and then he says suddenly,
"I've found him! I've found Flamel! I knew I had seen his name somewhere."
Harry turns the Dumbledore card over. There is a picture of Dumbledore and an explanation about him.
"Listen to this."
Harry begins reading the card.
"Dumbledore is particularly famous for his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel."
Hermione jumps to her feet and cheers. Ron smiles a big smile, and Neville still looks a bit confused.
"Stay there,"
Hermione says. She runs up the stairs to the girls' side of Gryffindor. She returns almost instantly. She is holding a large, thick, heavy book in her arms. She opens the book and turns a few pages, and then,
"I knew it! I knew it!"
she yells.
"Nicholas Flamel,"
she reads,
"is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone,"
she finishes dramatically. The other children look at her with no expression on their faces.
"The what?"
says Ron. She gives the book to Ron and tells him to read more. Ron reads,
"The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with making the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a substance that has incredible powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life. The elixir will make the drinker immortal. There are many stories about the Philosopher's Stone, but the only stone that exists today belongs to Nicholas Flamel."
Ron closes the book slowly.
"See?"
Hermione says.
"The three-headed dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore probably put it there to keep it safe. He knew someone wanted to steal it. That's why he took it out of Gringotts. A stone that makes gold and stops you from dying,"
says Harry.
"No wonder Snape is trying to get it,"
Ron says.
"Anyone would want it."
They spend the next few days discussing what to do about the Philosopher's Stone, but they still do not have a solution. And today they have no time to think about it. The big Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Slytherin arrives. Harry is very nervous,
and his friends worry that they will not see him alive after the game. "I don't want to worry you," Oliver Wood tells Harry, "but this is your most important game. We're all counting on you. Everyone's here to watch, even Dumbledore." "Dumbledore is here," thinks Harry. "If he's here, then I'll be safe. There's no way Snape will try anything while Dumbledore is watching." Harry's friends are not as certain. They are in the stands, watching Snape carefully. "Look!" yells Ron. "The game is starting. Ouch!" Someone has hit Ron in the back of the head. It is Malfoy. "Oh, sorry, Weasley," Malfoy says. "I didn't see you there." "I wonder how long Potter will be able to stay on his broomstick. Does anyone want to make a bet? How about you, Weasley?" Ron does not answer. Hermione is watching the game closely. She is keeping one eye on Harry and the other on Snape, and she is trying to ignore Malfoy. High above the other players, she can see Harry circling the sky, looking for the snitch. "Do you know how they choose people for the Gryffindor team?" asks Malfoy. "The team chooses people they feel sorry for. See, there's Potter. He has no family. And there are the Weasleys. They don't have any money. You should be on the team, Longbottom. You don't have any brains." Neville changes color from white to red to purple almost instantly. He turns around and faces Malfoy. "I may not have any brains, Malfoy, but at least I have real friends," he says. Malfoy and the ever-present Crabbe and Goyle all laugh. "You tell them, Neville," Ron says in solidarity. "Longbottom, if brains were gold, you would be poorer than Weasley here," continues Malfoy, laughing again at his own cruelty. "I'm warning you, Malfoy," Ron threatens. "One more word from you and—" "Ron, look!" yells Hermione. "What is it? Where?" Harry suddenly falls down from the sky in a spectacular dive. The crowd cheers and gasps. Hermione stands up. She is covering her mouth with her hands. Harry moves faster and faster towards the ground, like a speeding bullet. "Looks like Potter has found some money on the ground," says Malfoy. Ron cannot stand it anymore. Before Malfoy even knows what is happening, Ron is on top of him, punching and pinching and hitting him. Hermione hesitates, but Neville jumps over his seat and joins the fight to help Ron. Hermione looks back to the game. "Come on, Harry!" she screams, jumping up and down. Harry is speeding down towards Snape. Snape turns just in time. Harry misses Snape by centimeters. The next second, Harry pulls up from his dive and raises his hand in triumph. He is holding the snitch tightly in his hand. The crowd goes crazy. It is a new school record. No one can even remember the last time the snitch was caught so quickly.
"Ron! Neville! The game's over! Harry has won! We've won! Gryffindor is in the lead!"
She is dancing up and down on her seat. She does not even see the pile of kids behind her. Malfoy has a big black eye. Ron's nose is bleeding heavily, but he has a big smile on his face. And Neville is on top of Crabbe and Goyle. All of them are unconscious. All three had hit their heads together at the same time and fell in a big pile, completely knocked out. The game lasted less than 5 minutes. Harry cannot believe it. Snape looks furious at Harry, but then suddenly Dumbledore is there, congratulating him.
"Well done, Potter,"
says Dumbledore quietly.
"It's nice to see you have not been spending your time looking for the mirror."
Snape walks away angrily. Harry stays in the locker room after the game. He is alone, and he is happy. He has never been happier. He has done something that he can be very proud of. As he leaves the locker room, the sun is setting behind the castle. It is getting dark. He is thinking how angry Snape will be when, suddenly, Harry sees a dark shape coming quickly down the front steps of the castle. The person is wearing a dark cloak and a hood over his head. He obviously does not want to be recognized. But Harry recognizes the person from the way he walks. It is Snape. He is sneaking into the Forbidden Forest while everyone else is at dinner. What is he doing? Harry climbs onto his Nimbus 2000 and flies quietly into the air. As Harry climbs higher and higher, he can see Snape entering the forest far below. He follows him. It is difficult to see Snape because of the trees, but soon Snape appears in an open space in the woods. Harry can hear voices in the darkness below him. He slows his broomstick down and he climbs quietly onto a tree branch to watch and to listen. Below in the clearing, he can see Snape. He is not alone. Professor Quirrell is with him. Harry listens, but he cannot hear everything. "Don't know why you wanted to meet here in the forest, Severus," stutters Quirrell. "Oh, I wanted this to be very private," Snape replies in a cold voice. "Students are not supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all." Harry misses something Quirrell says, then he hears Snape again. "Have you discovered how to get past the three-headed dog yet?" But Severus, continues Quirrell. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," says Snape. Snape moves closer to Quirrell in a threatening manner. "I don't know what you..." Quirrell says. "You know exactly what I mean," responds Snape. "I'm running out of patience, Quirrell. You need to decide where you place your loyalties." Snape quickly covers his head with his dark hood and walks quickly back towards the castle. Quirrell stands there as if he were a petrified tree. When Harry finally gets back to Gryffindor, he calls all his friends to a quiet corner and tells them everything he has seen and heard.
"So, we were right. It is the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape is trying to force Quirrell to help him get it. He asked Quirrell if he knew how to get past Fluffy."
Harry continues,
"But if Snape needs Quirrell's help, there are probably other enchantments guarding the stone. Quirrell is an expert in the dark arts, after all."
Hermione has a concerned look on her face.
"So,"
she says,
"the stone will only be safe as long as Quirrell refuses to do what Snape tells him to do. But what are we supposed to do in the meantime?
Harry responds.
That's what we have to decide.
Chapter 14. Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. Classwork and school responsibilities over the next few weeks make it impossible for the children to think or even talk about the stone. But Quirrell seems to be more courageous than they expected. It appears that as the weeks progress, he has not surrendered to Snape, and Snape continues to be in a constant bad mood. The children still have hope. But there is something else that happens that distracts the children even more. It is Hagrid. They see him one evening in the castle, coming from the library. He is walking back to his house. He keeps looking over his shoulder as if someone is following him. He is acting very suspiciously. The children decide to investigate.
"Hello, Hagrid,"
Harry says as they approach him.
"How are you?"
Nothing,
Hagrid responds suspiciously.
I don't have anything under my coat. What are you all doing here? Are you following me?
Hagrid is obviously hiding something under his coat, behind his back. But the children don't mention it.
Are you still looking for Flamel?
Hagrid asks.
"Oh, we know all about the Philosopher's Stone and Fluffy,"
begins Hermione.
Shh!
Yells Hagrid.
Don't go talking about that in public.
"That's actually why we came over to you, Hagrid,"
Harry says.
"We'd like to ask you a few questions about him."
Listen, just come over later. I can't promise anything. No one is supposed to know anything, anyway. They will think I told you,
Hagrid says, with a worried look on his face.
"Okay, we'll see you later,"
Harry says. Hagrid gives one more suspicious look at the children and walks towards his house. They knock on Hagrid's door later that night, but something is strange. The house is very quiet, and all the curtains are closed.
Who is it?
Hagrid asks cautiously. He opens the door slowly and quickly rushes Harry, Ron, and Hermione inside. It is extremely hot inside. Even though it is a warm night, there is a huge fire in the fireplace. Hagrid makes them some tea, and Harry decides there is no reason to wait.
"Hagrid, we know about the stone. But what else is protecting the stone besides Fluffy?"
Hagrid makes a frown.
You know I can't tell you, Harry. Dumbledore has his reasons.
Harry persists.
"But Hagrid, we need to know about the teachers. Who is loyal to Dumbledore? And who does Dumbledore trust? Besides you, of course."
Hagrid looks very proud that Harry thinks Dumbledore trusts him so much.
Well, I guess it can't hurt too much,
Hagrid continues.
You've got Professor Sprout, Flitwick, and McGonagall, obviously. Quirrell worked directly with Dumbledore, of course.
Hagrid pauses for a second to think. Then he continues,
Oh, and Professor Snape. I almost forgot him.
"Snape?"
the children say in surprise.
Of course, Snape, Hagrid says. Why do you distrust him so much? He helped protect the stone. He's not going to steal it. The children are not convinced. They believe that Snape knows all the different spells that are protecting the stone. All of them except how to get past Fluffy. Harry is distracted.
Hagrid, can you please open a window? I'm melting.
Sorry, Harry, I can't, answers Hagrid.
Harry sees Hagrid look at the fireplace. There, in the middle of the fire, Harry sees something he cannot believe. An egg! A huge black egg!
Hagrid, what's that?
Harry asks.
Hagrid begins. That's...
Hermione looks closer at the egg.
That's a dragon egg, Hagrid. What are you doing with a dragon egg?
I won it last night in a game of cards. I won it from a stranger. When I think about it now, I think he was happy I won it from him.
But what are you going to do with it once it hatches?
Hermione asks.
You know dragons are prohibited in the wizard world.
I know, Hagrid answers, but I've always wanted a dragon. Ever since I can remember, I've wanted a dragon. This one's a Norwegian Ridgeback. They're a very rare species.
But Hagrid, you live in a wooden house,
Ron says.
Dragons breathe fire. Have you thought about that?
But Hagrid does not pay any attention to Ron. He is looking at the big black egg in the fire with an expression full of love. Now the children have one more thing to think about: how to protect Hagrid from getting into trouble for his illegal dragon egg. A few days later, while Harry is having breakfast in the great hall, his owl Hedwig brings him a note from Hagrid. There is only one line on the note.
The egg is hatching!
Ron and Hermione begin to talk excitedly about seeing a dragon egg hatch at Hagrid's house. Suddenly,
"Shut up,"
Harry whispers loudly. Malfoy walks by just as they are talking about the egg. Harry doesn't know how much he has heard, but he doesn't like the look on Malfoy's face. That's all we need, thinks Harry. Now Malfoy might know about the prohibited egg. After herbology class, the children run to Hagrid's.
It's almost out,
Hagrid says as he opens the door and lets the children inside. The egg is on the table. There are many large cracks in the shell. Something is moving inside it. There are funny clicking noises coming from inside the egg. The children approach the egg and watch closely. Suddenly, there is a loud scraping noise, and the egg cracks open into 2 large pieces. The baby dragon falls onto the table. Harry thinks it looks like a broken black umbrella. Its black wings are very large compared to its small black body. Its face is very long, and it has very wide nostrils at the end of its snout. There are teeny tiny horns on top of its head, and it has large orange eyes. It sneezes suddenly, and there is a small flame that flies out of its mouth.
Isn't he beautiful?
Hagrid says. he reaches his hand out to pet the dragon's head. The dragon tries to bite his fingers. It has long, sharp teeth.
"Look, he knows who his mummy is,"
says Hagrid, full of love and affection.
Hagrid,
asks Hermione.
how fast do Norwegian ridgebacks grow?
Hagrid is about to answer, then suddenly he jumps up and runs to the window.
What's the matter?
asks Harry in surprise.
"There was someone looking in the window,"
Hagrid answers.
"It was a kid. He's running back to the school."
Harry runs to the door and looks out. Even from a far distance, Harry can see him clearly. There is no mistake. It is Malfoy. He has seen the dragon. The way Malfoy smiles at Harry, Ron, and Hermione over the next weeks makes them all nervous. But they have more important things to think about, like trying to convince Hagrid to give up his dragon. But they are unable to convince him. Hagrid is so full of love and caring for his new pet that the children can do nothing to change his mind. Hagrid even names the dragon Norbert. Several weeks later, after Norbert has grown 3 times in size, Harry has a great idea.
Charlie,
he says suddenly one day to Ron.
Who?
Ron says.
Your brother Charlie in Romania. Isn't he studying dragons? Maybe we could convince him to take Norbert from Hagrid.
Ron has a big smile on his face.
That's a brilliant idea, Harry. I'll send him an owl to ask him.
While they are waiting for an answer, Ron and Hermione go to Hagrid's to talk to him. When they come back to Gryffindor, Ron's hand is covered in a bloody cloth.
He bit me,
yells Ron.
I won't be able to write for a week. And it scratched me,
Hermione says.
I was just trying to help Ron, and it scratched me.
Just at that moment, there was a tap, tap, tap at the window. It is Ron's owl with a note from Charlie. Ron reads the letter.
I don't think we'll have to wait much longer to get rid of that dragon,
he says.
Listen to this.
Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for the letter. I'd be glad to take the Norwegian Ridgeback, but it won't be easy getting him here. Some friends of mine are visiting me from Hogwarts next week. I think the best thing is to send the dragon in a crate with them. But I don't want them to get into trouble, since dragons are illegal after all. Put the Ridgeback in a crate and carry it up the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday. They can meet you there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me an answer as soon as possible. Love, Charlie.
We can use the invisibility cloak,
says Harry.
We can use the cloak to cover us and the crate. I think it's big enough.
They all agreed. All they want to do is to get rid of Norbert. But there is a problem in their plan. The next day, Ron's hand begins to swell from the dragon bite, and Hermione's scratch begins to hurt terribly. They think the bite and scratch might be poisonous. They decide to go to the infirmary. Harry goes to visit them later. When he enters the infirmary, Harry sees several areas separated by curtains. They must have patients who need some privacy. He finds Hermione and Ron towards the back of the infirmary. They are sitting in their own beds.
How are you, Ron? Hermione?
asks Harry. Hermione smiles.
It's not too bad,
Hermione says.
Nurse Pomfrey says I should be fine in a day or two.
Ron doesn't look as healthy. His face is a little green.
It's not just my hand,
Ron says.
I had to lie to Nurse Pomfrey. I couldn't tell her a dragon bit me, could I? She would start to ask too many questions.
Harry tries to calm Ron down.
Look, everything will be over this Saturday at midnight. Saturday at midnight?
Ron complains.
I'm worried about getting the dragon up to the tallest tower without being seen. I'll relax then.
Suddenly, there is a sound from the curtained room next to theirs. They hear a laugh that they all recognize, and the sound of the curtains opening. Then, footsteps running towards the exit. Harry turns around and looks back towards the door. Impossible! It is Malfoy again! He must have been spying on them.
That was Malfoy,
Harry tells them.
Now he knows everything. It's too late to do anything now,
Hermione says, trying to calm Harry down.
We don't have time to send a message to Charlie now, and this might be our only chance to get rid of Norbert. We have to risk it.
Hermione is trying to convince the boys.
Anyway, Malfoy doesn't know about the invisibility cloak. We should be okay. We need to get to Hagrid's and tell him about the plan.
I won't let you do it,
Hagrid cries when the children tell him about their plan. But Hagrid doesn't have much choice, the children explain. Norbert has grown very large. He has bitten Hagrid and Fang many times. He is becoming too dangerous to keep. And anyway, having a dragon is illegal at Hogwarts. Hagrid could be expelled again.
Okay, I'll do it,
Hagrid yells. There are huge tears falling into his bushy beard. On Saturday night, the children arrive a little late to Hagrid's. They have difficulty avoiding the ghosts in the corridors as they are leaving. When they arrive at Hagrid's, they find him crying next to a wooden crate.
I put plenty of rats in the crate, and he has some brandy for his journey,
says Hagrid.
Goodbye, Norbert,
he yells. He hugs the crate, and a big ball of smoke flows through the holes in the side. The children stand next to the crate, and Harry pulls out the invisibility cloak. He throws it up and over all of them. They walk slowly and carefully back to the castle. Hagrid is standing in the doorway to his house. He is crying silently. They do not know how they managed to get the crate all the way up to the castle, up the staircases, and finally to the bottom of the tallest tower. It is hard work. Then, all of a sudden, there is a sound ahead of them. Then they see a bright light from a lamp. They are still covered by the invisibility cloak, but they decide to hide in a dark shadow in the corridor. It is Professor McGonagall. She is wearing her bathrobe and slippers. She is holding Malfoy by one of his ears.
Detention! And you will lose 20 points from Slytherin. What do you think you are doing, walking around here in the middle of the night? You don't understand, Professor,
Malfoy says in his defense.
Harry Potter is supposed to be here. He has a dragon with him. Him and Ron and Hermione.
That is nonsense, yells Professor McGonagall. How dare you tell such lies? I will tell Professor Snape about you, Malfoy. We'll see what he does to you. Malfoy and Professor McGonagall pass by them, and they disappear down the stairs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione take a deep breath and climb the last stairs to the tallest tower. They finally take off the invisibility cloak. The cool air feels fresh and good on them. They can breathe properly again. Ha 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 ha, sings Hermione. Malfoy's got detention. Malfoy's got detention. They wait quietly after that, and in 10 minutes, 4 broomsticks appear out of the darkness. Charlie's friends are very friendly and cheerful. They show the children the ropes they have to carry the crate. They help attach the ropes to the wooden box, and then Harry, Hermione, and Ron shake hands with their new friends as they fly off with the crate. Finally, Norbert is gone. The children climb quietly back down the spiral staircase. Hagrid is safe, and they can finally relax. And the especially good news, Malfoy has detention. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to that is waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Filch is there in the darkness. Well, he whispers. Aren't we in trouble? The children have forgotten the invisibility cloak up in the tallest tower. Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. Filch takes the children directly to Professor McGonagall. She yells and screams and yells some more. She cannot believe the level of disobedience demonstrated by first-year students. She has no choice, she says, but to take away points from Gryffindor, 50 points for each child. They are lucky, she says, that she does not expel them right then and there. When the other children of Gryffindor House wake up the next morning, they see the house point counter. They have lost 150 points in one day? At first, they cannot believe it, but then they hear the stories. In one night, Harry goes from one of the most popular and admired students at Hogwarts to the most hated. Even children from Slytherin make fun of him. They thank Harry for putting them in first place. The only good thing that comes out of this whole situation is that Professor McGonagall thinks it is only a plan to give Malfoy detention. She still does not know anything about Hagrid and his dragon, or the invisibility cloak. If he wants to remain at Hogwarts and not be expelled, Harry thinks, he decides to mind his own business from now on. He focuses the next few days on preparing for his exams. Then, one day while he is at breakfast, Harry receives a letter. Hermione and Ron also receive the same letter. Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Filch at the entrance to the castle. Professor M. McGonagall. Harry has almost forgotten about detention. But they all feel they deserve the punishment. So at 11 o'clock, Harry, Hermione, and Ron leave the Gryffindor common room and go to the front entrance of the castle. Filch is already there, and so is Malfoy. Harry has forgotten about Malfoy, too. "Follow me," says Filch. He lights a lamp and leads them out of the castle and towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid is there waiting for them.
"Is that you, Filch?"
Hagrid yells.
"Hurry up, I want to get this over with. Let's go, all of you, into the forest we go. We have work to do."
Malfoy makes a strange sound.
"The forest?"
he asks. His voice is full of fear.
"We can't go into the forest. It's full of horrible monsters, werewolves and vampires."
He makes the strange sound again. Then he is silent. Filch has no sympathy for Malfoy.
"You should have thought about them werewolves before you broke the rules. Now get in there."
The children follow Hagrid into the dark, forbidden forest. They follow a narrow path. It disappears into the black trees. They walk for some time before Hagrid stops them. He calls them over.
"Look here. Do you see that? That shiny silver stuff? That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in the forest that's hurt. We're going to find it. There's blood all over the place. We'll split up into 2 groups and follow the blood."
Hagrid takes Hermione and Ron down one path, and Harry and Malfoy go with Fang down a different path.
"Oh, I almost forgot,"
Hagrid says.
"Just yell if you get into any trouble. We'll hear you."
Harry and Malfoy are not happy that they have to work together. It is dark and silent as they move through the forest. After a long while, Harry and Malfoy find a large splash of shiny blood on a tree. They stop and examine it. Suddenly, there is a noise off in the distance, like the sound of someone or something walking through the bushes. They listen carefully.
"Let's go check it out,"
Harry says, even though he is terrified.
"It might be the unicorn."
Malfoy looks just as terrified as Harry, but they move off the path and into the dark forest. Soon they approach a clearing. Suddenly, there is another, louder sound.
"Who's there?"
yells Harry.
"Show yourself."
They move out into the clearing, and in the moonlight, Harry can see something white and shining on the ground.
"Look,"
whispers Harry. It is the unicorn, and it is dead. Harry has never seen anything so beautiful as that unicorn. He feels a deep sadness at its death. Its skin is the color of pearl, and its white mane is spread on the dark leaves. As they begin to move towards the animal, something dark, like a shadow, comes from the forest towards the unicorn. It is a person wearing a dark cloak and a hood. It moves like a crawling beast along the ground. It lowers its head over the wound in the side of the unicorn and begins to drink the animal's blood. Malfoy screams in terror. He turns around and runs away in fear back into the forest. Fang runs after him. Harry is alone with the creature. The creature raises its head and looks right at Harry. There is unicorn blood running down its face. The creature stands up and moves quickly towards Harry. Harry cannot move. He is frozen with fear. Then he feels a pain that lances through his head. It is a pain he cannot describe. Harry almost falls over. He cannot see because the pain is so excruciating. Then there is the sound of shouting from one direction. The shouting is coming closer. It sounds like Hagrid. And then Harry hears another sound. Something very big coming through the forest towards him from another direction. It is moving very quickly through the bushes and leaves. The pain is so terrible in Harry's head that he falls to his knees. Then something huge jumps over Harry and advances towards the creature. When Harry finally looks up, the dark creature is gone. But standing next to the unicorn is something Harry could never have imagined. From its head to its waist, the creature is a man. His hair is long and blonde, almost white. But below, he has the body of a horse. Its skin is smooth and the color of gold in the bright moon. His tail is a deep yellow color. Harry cannot believe his own eyes. It is a centaur. Then, suddenly, from the other side of the clearing, Hagrid appears. He is with all the other children, and Fang. Hagrid does not look surprised to see the centaur.
"You are the Potter boy," says the centaur. "You must return to the castle. The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you."
The centaur looks up and sees Hagrid and the children.
"Hagrid, I will take him back."
The centaur looks back at Harry.
"Can you ride?" "It will be quicker if you can ride. My name is Firenze," he says. "Go with him, Harry," Hagrid says. "He'll get you back to Hogwarts safely."
Still in pain, Harry moves towards Firenze. The centaur lowers himself so Harry can climb onto his back.
"Hold on!"
yells Firenze. He bolts away into the forest. Harry has to hold on to his mane tightly so he does not fall off.
"My kind does not concern itself with your kind,"
Firenze says as he rushes through the trees.
"But we have seen your future in the stars. It is a dark future, Harry Potter. But that creature that you saw tonight is a great danger to all of us. If we do not fight it together, we will surely lose everything."
Harry is confused. He does not know what Firenze is talking about, but he holds on tightly for dear life. After some time, Firenze suddenly begins to slow down. They are coming to the edge of the forest.
"Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for?"
he asks. "No," says Harry, confused even more by the question.
"It is the most barbaric thing to kill a unicorn," Firenze continues. "Only someone with nothing to lose would kill a unicorn. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are close to death. But you must pay a terrible price. The blood will keep you alive, but only in a half-life, a cursed life. almost dead, but never fully alive.
But who would be so desperate to do that? Asks Harry.
Firenze does not answer for a long time. Then,
if you only need something to keep you alive until you can drink something else that will restore your full life, something that will make you immortal. I think you know who and what I am talking about, Harry Potter.
Harry understands now. The Sorcerer's Stone, the elixir of life, Voldemort.
This is where I leave you, says Firenze. You are safe now. Make your way back to the castle. Stay out of the Forbidden Forest. Stay with your friends.
Harry slides off his back.
Good luck, Harry Potter. The stars are bright tonight. We have read your future in them, but we have read the stars incorrectly before.
He turns and bolts off into the dark forest. The sound of his hooves quickly fades into the distance. Harry turns and walks out of the forest. He walks slowly back to Hogwarts. He has so many questions in his head. When the children arrive back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry explains what he has learned and the conclusions he has come to.
It's Voldemort in the forest. Snape wants the stone for Voldemort, and Voldemort's waiting in the forest, drinking unicorn blood to stay alive.
Ron has a terrified look on his face.
Harry, please stop saying his name,
Ron whispers, as if Voldemort might hear him. Harry ignores him and continues his explanation.
If Snape steals the stone and gives it to Voldemort, then he'll come after me and kill me for sure,
Harry says. Ron looks even more uncomfortable when he hears you-know-who's name.
Harry, everyone says Dumbledore is the only one you-know-who is afraid of,
Ron says confidently.
With Dumbledore around, you-know-who won't try to touch you.
Harry is not so sure. As the sun begins to rise, they all go to bed. They are exhausted and scared. But for Harry, there is still one more surprise waiting for him. When he pulls his bed sheets back to climb into bed, he finds the invisibility cloak. It is folded neatly next to his pillow. There is a note attached to it, just in case. Chapter 16. Through the Trap Door. After that night in the Forbidden Forest, Harry has been feeling the pain in his forehead. And during the nights, Harry wakes up frequently because of the old nightmare he has. The flash of green light and the cold, cruel laugh. But now, the nightmares are worse. He sees the hooded creature in the forest. He sees the unicorn blood dripping from his face. Ron, Hermione, and Neville do not seem as concerned about the return of Voldemort or protecting the Philosopher's Stone. And they say the stone is safe because Dumbledore is at the castle. And because of the exams, they do not have time to think about other things. But Harry cannot think of anything else. Something has been bothering him very much. So one day he convinces Ron and Hermione to go to Hagrid's with him.
What is the best way to get rid of Hagrid?
He asks them as they walk towards Hagrid's house.
What are you talking about, Harry?
asks Hermione, confused.
Don't you think it's strange,
Harry says to them,
that the one thing Hagrid wants is a dragon? But it's illegal. It's against wizard law to have a dragon. You're expelled if you get caught, right?
Hermione and Ron look confused.
So?
Asks Ron.
So,
Harry continues,
so then, suddenly, someone appears with a dragon egg? And Hagrid wins the egg in a card game? And because he wants a dragon so much, he'll keep it. And he'll definitely be caught. And then expelled?
They arrive at Hagrid's door and knock. Hagrid answers, and he looks confused that they are there to see him.
Come on in. To what do I owe the honor of your visit?
He says. He is a little suspicious.
Hagrid, I've got to ask you something,
says Harry immediately.
Do you remember the night you won Norbert, your dragon, in that card game? Do you remember what the stranger looked like?
I couldn't see what he looked like, answers Hagrid. He never took off his hood. What's this all about, anyway?
Do you remember what you talked about with him?
Harry asks, worried.
Did you say anything to him about Hogwarts or Fluffy?
Harry asks. Hagrid thinks hard.
He kept buying me drinks. So, yes, maybe I might have said something about Hogwarts or Fluffy. I might have said that Fluffy would be much easier to take care of than a dragon, especially if you know how to calm him down. You just play him some music and he'll go right to sleep.
Hagrid suddenly looks horrified.
I shouldn't have told him that, should I have?
Hagrid yells.
Forget I said anything. Hey, where are you all going?
Harry, Ron, and Hermione run as fast as they can back to the castle.
We've got to tell Dumbledore,
Harry says as they arrive at the front stairs.
If that stranger was Snape or Voldemort, then they know how to get past Fluffy.
As they are coming up the stairs, "What are you four doing out here?" It is Professor McGonagall. She is coming outside to receive a letter from an owl that has just arrived. She is holding the letter in her hand.
We want to see Professor Dumbledore,
says Hermione with more courage than any of them feel. What business do you have with Professor Dumbledore? She asks suspiciously. After all, why would 4 of the most disobedient children in the school want to see him?
It's kind of secret,
Harry answers. Secret? Says Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore has no time for secrets. He has just left for an important meeting with the Ministry of Magic. He will be back in 2 days.
He's gone,
cries Harry frantically.
But this is important.
Do you really think that what you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic? I will hear no more of it. Off you go. On your way, out of my sight, before I take off more points from Gryffindor. The children return to the Gryffindor common room. They are more worried than ever.
Look, it's going to be tonight,
Harry says.
Snape is going to try to get past Fluffy tonight. Dumbledore is gone. Snape knows how to put Fluffy to sleep. I can't let that happen.
Harry pauses and gathers what little courage he has.
I'm going through the trapdoor tonight. I'm going to get the stone before Snape does." "It's too dangerous," yells Hermione. "If you're caught, you'll get expelled for sure this time." "So what?" Harry shouts. "Don't you understand? If Snape gets the stone, Voldemort will come back. If he returns and takes over, everything will be lost. There won't be a Hogwarts to be expelled from. He'll destroy it or turn it into a school for the dark arts. If I get caught and if I get expelled, that's fine. I'll go back and live with the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to kill me there. But I'm going to try to get that stone before he does. Voldemort killed my parents. Remember?" Harry is almost crying with emotion. "You're right, Harry," Hermione says in a small voice. "I'll use the invisibility cloak," says Harry. "But will the cloak cover all of us?" asks Ron. "What do you mean, all of us?" asks Harry. "Do you really think you're going alone after all we've been through? You must be crazy." Ron smiles. Harry looks at his friends. He feels very happy to know that they are with him. "You can count me in," says Hermione. Neville, however, says nothing. Later that night, the children are prepared to leave the common room and head to the third-floor door. Hermione and Ron are there, but they do not see Neville. "Where is Neville?" asks Harry. "Have either of you seen him?" Hermione and Ron both look at each other. They shake their heads no. Suddenly, there is a voice from one of the dark corners of the common room. It is Neville. "I can't let you go, Harry." "Neville, what are you talking about?" Harry asks. "You've lost too many points for our house. There is too much at risk for me. I don't think you should go," Neville says. "Neville, we don't have time to waste," Hermione says. "I'm so sorry." She raises her wand and "Petrificus totalis!" she cries, pointing the wand at Neville. Neville's arms stick to his side. His legs close suddenly. His whole body becomes rigid, like a plank of wood. He loses his balance and then falls flat on his face. His mouth is fixed shut. He cannot speak. Only his eyes are moving. He is looking at them in fear and anger. Ron laughs. "It's the full body bind. Well done, Hermione. Sorry, Neville. We'll let you know how it goes when we get back." After evading Mrs. Norris and a couple of ghosts, they finally arrive at the door on the third-floor corridor. It is already open. "Snape has already gotten past Fluffy, I guess," Harry says. The open door makes Harry realize the significance of what they are about to do. "Look, I will understand if you want to go back," he says. "I won't blame you." "Don't be stupid, Harry," says Ron, a little angry. "We're with you." Harry smiles and walks through the open door. As they enter the chamber, they can hear a deep, low, rumbling growl. All three of the dogs' noses sniff the air. Fluffy cannot see them under the invisibility cloak, but his noses tell him something is there. "Look on the floor," whispers Hermione. "It's a harp." "Snape must have left it," says Harry.
Harry has remembered to bring Hagrid's flute he received at Christmas. He puts it to his lips and blows. He does not play a clear song, but the notes begin to have an effect on the dog. Its eyes become heavy and begin to close. It lowers its body to the floor and lies down flat. Then its eyes close all the way, and Fluffy begins to snore loudly.
"Keep playing,"
Ron says. They remove the cloak and approach the trap door. Ron opens the door slowly and quietly.
"What do you see?"
asks Hermione. Harry continues playing the flute.
"Nothing, just black,"
Ron says.
"There's no way to climb down. We'll have to jump. Who goes first?"
Harry points to himself.
"You want to go first?"
asks Ron.
"Okay, but I don't know how far down this goes."
Harry stops playing the flute and moves towards the dark opening. The dog begins to twitch and shake. He is waking up. There is not much time. Harry quickly lowers himself through the opening until he is hanging from his hands. He closes his eyes and lets go. He falls and falls and he lands on something soft.
"It's okay."
He calls up to the opening above.
"Hurry!"
Ron follows quickly.
"What is this stuff?"
he asks when he lands.
"I have no idea. It feels like a plant or something."
Come on, Hermione!
They see Hermione climb through the hole, then fall and land safely in front of them. Suddenly, there is a loud bark from the dog.
"Phew! That was close,"
says Ron.
"What now?"
Suddenly, Hermione screams.
"My legs! This thing has my legs!"
While they are standing under the trap door, the plant has begun to wrap its branches around their legs like tentacles. They begin to struggle to try to escape.
"It's crushing me!"
yells Harry in fear.
"Wait! Stop moving!"
Hermione yells.
"I know what this is. It's Devil's Snare." "Oh, I'm glad you know what it's called,"
says Ron.
"At least I'll know what kills me."
One of the branches is wrapped around his neck.
"Shut up! I'm trying to remember how to kill it,"
says Hermione. She starts talking to herself, as if she's reading through her classroom notes.
Devil's Snare, Devil's Snare. What did the book say? It likes the dark and the damp. Fire! A fire! Light a fire!
Ron takes his wand and waves it in small circles and says some strangled words. A jet of blue flame flies from the wand. Immediately, the plant begins to let go. They free themselves and run for the safety of the wall.
"I'm glad you paid attention in herbology, Hermione," says Harry. "That was too close for comfort."
Harry looks up and sees a corridor ahead. It is the only way out of the room.
"This way,"
he says. They move off down the dark corridor. They walk forward for some time. Then,
"Do you hear that?"
Ron whispers. They stop and listen. It sounds like the clinking of metal. The sound is coming from just up ahead.
"It sounds like wings,"
says Hermione.
"There's a light ahead."
They reach the end of the passageway. There is a chamber that is full of light, and all around them are little birds flying, as bright as jewels. On the other side of the room, there is a door.
I'll try to run for the door. You wait here.
Harry covers his head, sure they will attack him. He reaches the door safely. He pulls on the door handle.
It's locked,
Harry shouts to them. Hermione is looking up, and she notices something strange about the little flying creatures.
They're not birds,
she yells suddenly.
They're flying keys. You have to catch the right key for the door. Look, over there. Broomsticks. This is a job for you, Harry. Look for a big, old-fashioned key, probably silver, like the door handle,
she shouts.
But there are hundreds of them,
complains Harry as he reaches for a broomstick. Harry is not the best seeker in a century for nothing. He has the ability to notice things others can't, and quickly he notices a large silver key. One of its wings looks like it is broken, as if it has already been caught. Harry shoots up high into the darkness near the ceiling. He watches the key from above, then dives suddenly. He takes the key completely by surprise. He has it. Hermione and Ron cheer loudly for Harry.
Quick,
yells Hermione.
Open the door.
Harry jumps off his broomstick and runs to the door. Hermione and Ron follow. He pushes the key hard into the lock and turns. Harry lets the key go and pulls the door open. The poor key flutters away and is almost unable to fly. The next chamber reveals an astonishing sight. They are standing on the edge of a huge chessboard. They are standing behind the black chess pieces, which are taller than they are. On the other side of the board are the white chess pieces.
Now what do we do?
Harry whispers.
It's obvious, isn't it?
Says Ron.
We've got to play our way across the room. Look.
Behind the white pieces, there's another door. Ron walks up to the Black Knight and touches his horse. Immediately the piece comes to life. The knight's head turns to look at Ron.
Do we need to take the place of the black pieces?
He asks the Black Knight. The knight nods. Yes.
Hermione, you take the bishop there. And Harry, you take the castle next to her, says Ron. I'm going to be a knight. Don't take offense, but neither of you know how to play chess very well. No offense taken, says Harry. Just tell us what to do.
It seems like the pieces understand what they are saying. 3 pieces turn in their squares and walk off the board. The children fill the empty squares.
Well, white always plays first in chess,
says Ron.
Yes, look.
A white pawn moves forward 2 squares. Ron starts directing the black pieces. They move silently wherever he sends them. Harry is terrified. What if they lose?
Harry, move diagonally 4 squares to the right.
Harry's question is answered when their first knight is taken. The White Queen smashes him to the floor and drags him off the board. The Black Knight does not move after that.
We had to sacrifice him,
says Ron, not looking too confident.
Hermione, you're free to take that bishop. Go get him.
The players dance and move across the board with Ron's directions. When a black piece is taken, it is smashed to the ground and pushed off the board. There is a pile of black pieces against the far wall. Harry and Hermione are only in danger a couple of times, but Ron is able to save them.
"We've almost got them," he says. Let me think.
The White Queen turns her blank face towards him.
"No, Ron!"
yells Hermione. "Yes," says Ron.
"It's the only way. I've got to be taken." "No!"
Harry yells.
"That's chess. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices. After I move, you can checkmate the king, Harry." "But do you want to stop Snape or not?"
Ron says.
"He may already have the stone. Just do it."
There is no alternative.
"Ready?"
Ron asks.
"Here I go."
He steps forward to the square, and the White Queen attacks. The Queen hits Ron hard across his head with her stone arm. Hermione screams. Ron crashes to the floor. The White Queen drags Ron off the board and pushes him against the wall. Shaking, Harry moves 3 spaces to the left. The White King takes off his crown and throws it at Harry's feet. They have won. The pieces bow and move aside. The door is clear. Harry and Hermione run to Ron. He is alive, but barely.
"Hermione, what do we do?"
asks Harry in desperation. Hermione puts her hand on Ron's forehead. Then she feels his wrist for a pulse. Ron's pulse is very weak.
"Is he dying?"
asks Harry. Hermione does not answer immediately.
"Harry, you've got to continue on,"
she says.
"You don't have much time." "But what about Ron?"
asks Harry.
"I've got this, Harry. Remember, I've done a lot more reading than you have."
She smiles.
"I assume you haven't read Warlock Woundsworth's book, Scrapes, Scratches, Bumps and Broken Bones, A New Wizard's and Witch's Guide to the Healing Arts, have you?"
Harry shakes his head no.
"Well, I have,"
continues Hermione.
"Twice. I can help him. You go on."
Harry does not want to continue on by himself, but he has no choice. He opens the door and leaves Hermione behind. As soon as he closes the door, Harry smells a disgusting smell. He covers his nose and mouth with his robes. There, on the floor in front of him, is a huge cave troll. It is unconscious. Harry is happy he does not have to defeat another cave troll, and all by himself. He squeezes past the stinking troll, and he quickly opens the door at the end of the chamber. He is on the other side, in the last chamber. He takes a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Harry is not alone in the room. There is someone there already, but it is not Snape. It is not Voldemort either. Chapter 17, the final chapter. The Man with Two Faces. Harry is not alone in the room. There is someone there already, but it is not Snape.
It is not Voldemort either. It is Quirrell.
You!
Cries Harry. Quirrell smiles. Yes, Potter, it is me, he answers. I was wondering if you would get this far. Quirrell does not stutter once.
But I thought Snape.
Quirrell laughs, a cold, sharp laugh. Severus? Yes, Severus has been very useful to us. The perfect distraction. Next to him, who would ever suspect poor stuttering Professor Quirrell? Harry does not understand.
But Snape tried to kill me at the Quidditch game,
he cries. No, you silly boy. I tried to kill you at the game, but your little friend, Miss Granger, accidentally knocked me over when she was running to set Snape on fire. She made me lose eye contact with you. If it weren't for her, I would have knocked you off your broom. I would have been faster, but Snape was using a counter curse, trying to save you.
Snape was trying to save me?
Harry says. He still cannot believe it. Of course he was. Why do you think he wanted to referee your next match? It didn't matter anyway. I couldn't have done anything with Dumbledore there. What a waste of time. After all, I'm going to kill you tonight. Suddenly, Quirrell snaps his fingers. Ropes appear out of thin air and wrap themselves around Harry's hands and feet. Harry cannot move. The ropes are very tight. You're too much trouble to allow you to live, Potter, Quirrell continues. You ruined my plans on Halloween. I wasn't sure if you knew about me and the stone.
You let the troll in, didn't you?
Asks Harry, incredulous. Of course I did. I sent it to kill you, but you and your little friends were stronger than I expected. And Snape already suspected me. That's why he went to the 3rd floor before me. But the 3-headed dog couldn't even bite his leg off correctly. You just wait there, Potter, while I finish what I started here. Quirrell turns away from Harry and moves towards the far wall. It is then that Harry realizes what is behind Quirrell. It is the mirror of Erised. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell says. Of course, Dumbledore would think of something like this to protect the stone. But I tricked him and sent him away. He won't be bothering us tonight.
But I saw you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest, Harry says.
He is trying to distract Quirrell, so he loses his concentration. Yes, he tried to frighten me. Ha! He laughs another cold laugh. What a fool he was to think he could stop me when I had Lord Voldemort on my side. Quirrell continues to look into the mirror. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master. But where is it? He says in frustration. Harry tries to loosen the ropes around his wrists, but they are too tight. Suddenly, Quirrell makes a strange sound. Sometimes, he says, holding his hand to his head, it is difficult to follow my master's instruction. He is a powerful wizard, and I am weak.
Quirrell's face is suddenly full of pain.
Lord Voldemort has shown me the way. I was wrong. There is no good or evil, only power, and those who are too weak to find it.
I have served him faithfully, but I cannot always do what he asks. He does not forgive mistakes. Quirrell's face is full of pain.
When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was very displeased. He punished me. He decided he could not let me out of his sight.
Of course, Harry thinks. He remembers seeing Quirrell on Diagon Alley when he visited Gringotts with Hagrid. Quirrell cries out in pain.
I don't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it?
Quirrell is talking out loud, but it seems he is having a conversation with someone, not talking to himself. Then Harry has an idea. What I want more than anything in the world right now, he thinks, is to find the stone before Quirrell does. So, if I look in the mirror, I should see myself finding it. I'll be able to see where it is hidden. Harry tries to move closer to the mirror without Quirrell noticing him, but the ropes are too tight. He cannot move. What does the mirror do? He hears Quirrell say. How does it work? Master, help me. And to Harry's horror, a voice answers him. The voice comes from inside Quirrell himself.
Use the boy. Use the boy.
Quirrell turns around quickly and looks at Harry. Yes, master, cries Quirrell. Potter, come here. He claps his hands once, and the ropes fall off of Harry's hands and feet. Harry gets to his feet. Come here and look in the mirror and tell me what you see, Quirrell commands Harry. I must lie, Harry thinks desperately. I must look and lie about what I see. It's the only way. Harry approaches the mirror. He can smell the strange smell from Quirrell's turban. Harry closes his eyes, steps in front of the mirror, then opens them again. At first, he sees his reflection. His face is pale and scared. Then, a moment later, the reflection smiles at him. His reflection puts its hand into its pocket and pulls out a stone, a red stone the color of blood. The reflection winks, then puts the stone back in its pocket. The real Harry then feels something heavy in his own pocket. Somehow, incredibly, he now has the stone. Well, asks Quirrell impatiently, what do you see? Harry looks for the courage he needs. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he lies. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell curses under his breath and pushes Harry out of the way. Harry moves away from the mirror. He can feel the weight of the stone in his pocket.
He lies. He lies,
says the voice.
Let me speak to him, face to face.
Quirrell turns to Harry again. But, Master, you're not strong enough, Quirrell says.
I have the strength for this.
Harry is petrified. He cannot move a muscle. He watches as Quirrell turns again towards the mirror. Then he begins to unwrap his turban. Harry wants to scream, but he cannot make a sound. The turban falls away.
and where the back of Quirrell's head is supposed to be, there is a face, the most terrible face Harry has ever seen. The face is as white as chalk. Its eyes are wide and red. Where its nose should be, there are only holes, like a snake's nose.
Harry Potter,
It whispers.
do you see what I have become?
Harry tries to step backwards and away, but his legs won't move.
I am a mere shadow and vapor of what I once was. I must share another's body. But there have always been others who will let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has given me enough strength. You saw Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest. And once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create my own body. Now, give me the stone you have in your pocket.
So he knows. Suddenly, Harry is able to move his legs. He falls backwards.
Do not be a fool,
Yells the face.
Do not waste your life. Join me, or you will suffer the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy.
Liar! Harry shouts in anger and fear. The thing laughs.
I killed your father first, but your mother did not need to die. She was trying to protect you. Now, give me the stone.
Never! Harry runs for the door, but Quirrell's hand closes on Harry's wrist. Immediately, Harry feels a terrible pain across the scar on his forehead. His head feels like it will split in two. Suddenly, Quirrell yells in pain and releases Harry's arm. Quirrell falls to the floor in pain. He is looking at his fingers. They begin to blister.
Get him! Get him!
Yells Voldemort. Quirrell jumps up at Harry and pushes him to the ground. He lands on top of Harry and puts both hands around his neck and begins to squeeze. Harry's scar is almost blinding him with pain. But Quirrell begins to howl in agony. Master, I cannot hold him. My hands! My hands! Quirrell is on top of Harry, holding him down with his weight. But he releases his hands from around his neck. He looks at his hands. They are red and smoking, as if they were burned in a fire.
Then kill him, you fool, and be done with it,
Screeches Voldemort. Quirrell raises his hands to cast a mortal curse. But Harry reacts by instinct. He reaches up and grabs Quirrell's face in his own hands. Quirrell screams in agony. He rolls off of Harry. His face begins to blister too. Harry understands. Quirrell cannot touch his skin without feeling terrible pain. He must keep holding Quirrell to cause him pain and prevent him from casting a curse. Harry runs over to Quirrell and grabs his arm. He hangs on as tightly as he can. The pain in his own head is terrible. Harry's vision begins to blur. The pain in his head is agonizing, but he does not let go. He can hear Quirrell's terrible shrieks and Voldemort's yells of,
Kill him now.
Harry hears other voices. He can see nothing. Maybe they are voices in his own head. Then he feels Quirrell's arm pulled from his own hands. I have lost, Harry thinks. Then he falls into complete blackness. In his delirium, Harry sees something gold flashing above him. It is the snitch. He tries to catch it, but he cannot move his arms. He blinks and opens his eyes completely. It is not the snitch at all. It is a pair of glasses. He blinks again, and his vision becomes clear. He sees the smiling face of Albus Dumbledore looking at him.
Good afternoon, Harry,
says Dumbledore. Harry stares at Dumbledore, then remembers.
The stone! It was Quirrell! He's got the stone! Sir, please, hurry, you must—
Calm down, dear boy. It's okay. Quirrell does not have the stone.
Then who does, sir? What happened?
Harry is desperate.
Relax, Harry, or Madame Pomfrey will kick me out.
Harry realizes at that moment that he is in the hospital wing in a hospital bed. Dumbledore patiently answers all of Harry's questions. He has been in the hospital for 3 days. Quirrell does not have the stone because Dumbledore arrived just in time to prevent him from getting it, and the battle almost killed Harry. The stone has been destroyed. No one will ever be able to drink the elixir of life. And as for Voldemort, Dumbledore says, well, Voldemort has escaped. He is still out there somewhere, maybe looking for another body to share. He was never truly alive, so he cannot be killed. He may return, says Dumbledore, but Harry has delayed that possibility for now.
But, sir, says Harry, there are things that I want to know the truth about. Will you tell me?
If you ask me, Dumbledore responds, I cannot lie to you, Harry, but the truth can be a terrible thing.
Harry considers this for a moment, then continues.
Well, Voldemort said that he only killed my mother because she tried to stop him from killing me. But why would he want to kill me in the first place?
Dumbledore sighs very deeply.
My poor Harry, this question I cannot answer. Not today, but when you are ready, you will know.
Harry understands that he cannot win an argument with Dumbledore, so he asks another question.
Do you know who sent me the invisibility cloak?
Ah, that question I can answer. Your father left the cloak with me, and I thought you might like it.
Dumbledore smiles.
The cloak is a useful thing. Your father used it to sneak into the kitchen and steal food when he was here.
I have one more question,
says Harry.
Of course you do,
says Dumbledore, smiling even more.
What is it?
How did I get the stone?
Asks Harry.
Well, Harry, that was one of my most brilliant ideas. Only someone who was true of heart could find the stone. The mirror knew that most people only wanted the stone for its magical properties. but it saw the truth in you. You wanted the stone only to prevent Voldemort from getting it. Now, enough questions. You must rest. Your friends have been dying to see you, but Madame Pomfrey would not let them in. Rest now, Mr. Potter. You will need your energy to retell the story of your adventure.
Harry smiles and puts his head back on his pillow. He closes his eyes and is asleep almost instantly. Madame Pomfrey finally lets Harry leave the next evening after one more checkup. He arrives in the great hall just in time for the end of the year celebration dinner. When Harry walks in, all the children stop talking and look at Harry. Then everyone starts talking all at the same time. Harry finds a seat next to Hermione and Ron at the Gryffindor table. The great hall is decorated with Slytherin colors and banners. It is their 7th victory in a row. Dumbledore arrives a few moments later.
Another year has come and gone, he says happily, and what a year it has been. But before I release you on your summer vacations, the House Cup here needs to be awarded to the winner. And here are the points. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 308 points. In 3rd, Hufflepuff with 352. Ravenclaw has 426, and Slytherin 468.
The Slytherin house erupts with clapping and cheering. Harry can see Malfoy jumping up and down with Crabbe and Goyle smiling next to him.
Yes, well done, Slytherin,
continues Dumbledore.
However, because of some recent events, I believe there might be a change in those numbers.
The whole room goes completely silent. All the Slytherin children lose their smiles.
First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley.
Ron's face turns purple with embarrassment.
For the best game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points.
The Gryffindor table cheers crazily.
Second, to Miss Hermione Granger. For bravery while helping an injured friend, and for deep knowledge of herbology under pressure, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter.
The room goes deadly quiet.
For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points.
The noise is almost cataclysmic. Gryffindor now has 468 points, exactly the same as Slytherin. There is a tie for the House Cup. If only Dumbledore had given Harry just one more point. Then Dumbledore raises his hand for silence.
There are many kinds of courage,
continues Dumbledore, smiling.
And you must have tremendous courage to stand up to your enemies. But sometimes you need even more courage to stand up to your friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom."
All the children from Gryffindor table yell and cheer and then run and jump on top of Neville. There is a giant pile of children all hugging poor Neville at the bottom.
"Which means,"
Dumbledore yells loudly over all the noise,
"we need to change decoration."
He claps his hands, and suddenly all the green Slytherin banners become scarlet and gold Gryffindor banners. The huge Slytherin serpent vanishes, and a massive Gryffindor lion takes its place. It was the best evening of Harry's life, better than winning at Quidditch or Christmas or knocking out mountain trolls. Being with his friends and the people who cared for him was more than he could ever have asked for. He would never, ever forget this night. Hey there, my name is Josh Cashel. I am the creator of this channel, Inglés Essencial, and I hope you enjoyed the video that you just saw. And if you could, take a moment to click the like button or possibly subscribe. Any support that you provide this channel goes a long way in helping me to continue creating the amazing, outstanding, unique, marvelous, unparalleled, if I may use that adjective, content that you just saw. So please take one moment, like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.